All right, and it looks like we've got Robert as well. So we're just waiting for Mavis, and then we'll have the full committee. How did you want to kick us off with introductions, and then Chris Watchie can do kind of the Zoom overview since we're on a new format?
Yeah, did you want to wait for Mavis, or do you want us to start without her?
Mavis just joined us, so we are now a complete group.
Okay, great. So welcome everybody to the Oregon Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We have a fairly full agenda today, including having Director Chris Strickler join us to have a meet and greet with him. The majority of our agenda will be focused on the community paths program, and then the rest of the agenda will be devoted to our committee work. And so with that, I think we'll just do some brief introductions, and we'll do it popcorn style of the committee members, and perhaps also the key ODOT staff. And then I'll hand it over to Chris to help kick us off the public comments. Yeah, actually, Chris Strickler, not Chris Watchie. So hello, everybody. I'm Hal Hagedorn. I am the chair of OMPAC. I'm joining from the ancestral homelands of the Multnomah, Cathlamet, Clackamas, Tumwater, Watlala bands of the Chinook, the Tualatin Kalapuya, and many other indigenous nations of the Columbia River. It is important to acknowledge that we are here because of the sacrifices forced on the indigenous ancestors of this place, and understand how these communities have been displaced, and consider how the work that we do can help or continue to harm these communities and other communities that have been displaced by Oregon's history of exclusionary planning laws, policies, and building highways. So this land acknowledgement is one of many steps towards embedding equity in OMPAC's work. And if you'd like more information on land acknowledgements, you can visit nativegov.org, and I'll copy that and share that in the chat. With that, I will popcorn it over to Aaron.
Hey everyone, my name is Aaron. I am currently a second-year student studying civil engineering at Oregon State University. So I spend most of my time up in Corvallis, but I'm originally from Phoenix, Oregon, and I serve as the under 21 chair on OPAC. And I'll pass it to Jeff Munson.
Hello, I'm Jeff Munson. I'm the environmental representative on the committee. I'm the retired executive director for Commute Options here in Central Oregon, and I live in Bend. And I'll popcorn it to, is Robert there?
Yeah, right here. Thanks, Jeff.
Hey, Robert.
Hi. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Spurlock. I am the Recreation Trails representative on this committee. I live in Portland, and in my day job, I work for Metro Parks and Nature here in serving the Portland metro area as a regional trails planner. I'm going to pass it to Emma.
Hello, good to see everyone. Emma Newman, Vice Chair of OPAC. I am in the Upper Willamette Valley in Springfield, Oregon, the ancestral lands of the Kalapuya. And I will pass it to, let's see, who hasn't gone? Mavis, have you introduced yet? You're up.
I am Mavis Hartz. I'm out in LeGrand, Oregon. I am the bicycle shop owner part of OPAC. And Elliot's not here, is he?
Elliot is unfortunately not able to join us today.
Has everybody gone then?
Michael?
Michael.
Gone. Yep.
There we go. Michael.
How could we forget Michael?
Who was here, and looks like he may have dropped his connection. So,
Can you hear me?
Yep, there you are. Okay.
Hello.
We can hear you now if you want to introduce yourself, Michael.
Can you hear me, Jessica?
Yep.
You may lose me again, but I'm Michael Black and I'm representing Southern Oregon.
Now we have everyone. So with that, if we want to hand it over to Chris Watchie to give some overview of Zoom etiquette, since we are using a new platform and not our regular Microsoft Teams today.
Great,
And-
thank you. So just quickly, thank you for changing the platform. This is helpful for committee deliberations because you get a better view from everyone that we found over using a different platform. So just a couple tips for those who may not be well versed in Zoom. Mute, unmute, and just for everyone participating, only the committee members are able to speak on and have their cameras on for this meeting. However, that does not mean you can't make a public comment. And if you'd like to make a public comment, please indicate in the chat box, or you can let us know. And there's a couple ways to do that, which we'll get to in just a moment. So for participants, as we're doing the presentation, if you could keep your cameras on, understanding for committee members, understanding that you may need to turn it off. Most importantly, for the recommendation process, it would be very helpful to have everyone's camera on so we can emulate an in-person meeting as best as we can. So you may raise your hand if you want to, committee members, to have a comment, as well as if you're making a public, if you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand as well. And with that, I will turn it back. Jessica, is there anything else you'd like me to highlight?
Nope, I think that covers it. So we were gonna go to Director Strickler's item on the agenda and then go to public comment in the community paths agenda item. So with that, I wanted to introduce Director Chris Strickler. How, I don't know if you had any introductory words you wanted to share?
Oh, I just wanted to welcome you to our committee. We are really grateful for your time and your willingness to meet with us. And we're just really thrilled to hear what you have to say about biking and walking in Oregon. So welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Of course, perfect timing as I come on. My dog starts wrestling with my other dog, so my apologies if you hear that in the background. Let me start by saying, Chair Hagedorn and members of the committee, thank you, not just for the opportunity for me to spend some time with you today. I know you have a packed agenda, but for having the opportunity to have an open dialogue and really for the work that this committee's been doing for quite some time, quite frankly, in advancing the work that's really important for a multimodal system that we have in our great state. We are really lucky in this state to have such a vocal group, not just this group, but across the state, really highlighting the importance of all of the modes of transportation that we have to serve and the customers that we have to serve. And that's an important word for us as we think about ODOT's next steps. We are framing all of our work as, quite frankly, we're a customer service organization. And you can see that all the way from the things that we provide, not just in the transportation system, but all the way down to DMV and our customer service interaction there. So it's one of the things that we're really trying to focus on and some of the foundational elements of the strategic action plan, to be honest with you, that we've recently gone through the endorsement process with our commission on. Before I dive into that, I thought I'd tell you just briefly a little bit about myself. So I'm an engineer. My hope is that you don't hold that against me. Erin, it sounds like you're an engineering student, so that's fantastic. And while I am a Cougar from Washington State University, my hope is that you also don't hold that portion against me either. We've got a lot of great OSU grads within ODOT, and we're really proud for our participation in the engineering realm within the state of Oregon. Professionally, licensed engineer again, like I said, and really quite candidly, most of the engineering world doesn't accept me these days because I spend a lot of my time doing things other than the day-to-day engineering. We've got great people that do that, and I feel really privileged to be part of kind of the ongoing work that we do within the state. As we think about the vision for the agency, quite honestly, we're in the midst of change. We are advancing things that I would say as an agency have always been a priority, but we're really trying to double down on those priorities and recognize the importance of them going forward. And that is very evident as it relates to our multimodal investments and our transportation investments for the 24-27 STIP cycle, for example. As we start to think about the expansion of funding and active transportation, or excuse me, in active transportation, and all of, frankly, the investments in the 24-27 STIP cycle, I think you can see that we are really trying to shift towards something that is different from maybe what we have in the past. Again, it's not casting any aspersions on the past, but really recognizing the moment we're in. And frankly, the transportation industry is evolving around us, and our job is to evolve with it and to continue to think about the future of transportation. So it's one of those vision-related elements for our agency. I mentioned before the strategic action plan. So our commission has been through the pandemic, really advancing the work on a strategic action plan. And the words in that title are important with the word action in the middle. Our commission is looking for tangible outcomes as it relates to three priority areas. One being equity, one being modernizing our system and creating a modal balance across our system, and then one in having sustainable and reliable funding. Put simply, those are the three lenses as we look to the future to say that our decisions need to be considered through. When we talk about modernizing the system, one of the things that I often say is our system is a complete and comprehensive system. It's not ODOT's work paired with the city work, paired with the county work. It is all of the system pieces coming together. It is our relationship with transit. It is our relationship with the bike ped community. It is our relationship across the system as a whole. That really is what the public is looking for. And again, it gets back to that customer service aspect of what we deliver. There's a lot of work in front of us, as you all know, and the goal is to really start shifting and making that kind of shift known as we think about future STIP cycles and where we invest time, energy, and money. Clearly, we have an economic lens. Clearly, we have also our DMV and our commerce and compliance. So we have a lot of things that we balance within the agency. But one of the things that I'm proud of as we think about the next steps and we look to that 24-27 STIP cycle is just the level of investment that the commission has recently endorsed, a dramatic increase in our non-highway investments that I think is the right shift towards kind of where we, frankly, can start balancing across each of the needs in the system. We still have other needs across all of our Oregon system. We have a statewide lens. And as we see on this committee, you have a statewide lens also. And so as we think about next steps, we clearly have to balance all of those needs. I think the last thing that I will say by way of introduction, because I do want to make sure that we are taking time for questions, and to the extent that it meets your pleasure, Chair, I'm happy to stay on and answer any of the questions that come from the committee. But I also wanted to say one last thing, which is in addition to the expansion of funding, in addition to the strategic action plan, what we're really looking for within the agency is somewhat of a kind of a cultural adaptation to how we make decisions. Clearly, we have made decisions in the past, we being the collective transportation we have made decisions in the past that haven't always welcomed all within our state, and not to mention across the country. And so we're really doing our best to start having those intentional conversations about what it means to provide access for those that have historically been either forgotten or ignored, or even maybe at times, intentionally not part of the conversation. We're trying to balance that and frame up a different way for us to move forward so that we're really bringing equity to the forefront. And again, it's one of those priority areas in our strategic action plan that we take very seriously. And in fact, we have restructured our agency in order to accommodate the strategic action plan efforts, as well as what our priorities are going forward. We have an assistant director for social equity. We have an assistant director for operations. We have an assistant director for sustainable funding, and then we also have an assistant director for government relations and external relations in our communications efforts. I promise this will be the last thing, the importance of this group. So I do want to say maintaining and having the conversation that this group has been having is absolutely vital to some of the shifts and some of the changes that we see within the 24-27 STIP cycle, for example. That's a prime example of where impact is occurring. Karen Criswell, she is on as well and can answer many of the specifics, but she is leading one of our divisions that is actively engaging in all of these conversations, and a part of the shift that we've had within the agency. For those that have been watching closely, many of our leadership positions within the agency have changed over due to retirements and other things that have kind of shifted as our agency has been adapting to the pandemic and other things over the last year. So we are a very different agency than maybe what we were even as recently as a couple of years ago. So Chair Hagedorn, maybe with that, if it's amenable to you, I will pause my opening remarks and just simply close with saying thank you once again for having me, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you for that great overview of ODOT and ODOT's priorities. So I guess at this time, we'll just open it up for any questions from our committee members.
Hey, I've got my hand raised. Should I go ahead, Hal?
Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Thanks a lot. Hi, Director Strickler. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you again for joining us. We really do appreciate your time, and it's really inspiring to hear you talk about everything happening at the agency and the direction that you're headed, and the examples of the STIP and the strategic plan, et cetera. So I think what's on the minds of many of us over the past year and longer, two major societal issues that we're facing both within the state and really nationally and globally that stand out above would be racism and global climate change. So it's really refreshing to hear you mention so much work on equity. I'm really, well, I applaud you on that, and I'm following that with keen interest. And I guess if I could, I would just urge you to be even bolder and really to not shy away from talking about racism when you talk about equity, because that really is the problem that we're trying to address. And so in terms of climate change, if I can be frank, I was disappointed to not hear you mention climate a single time just now. And for ODOT to be such a central player in both the problem and the solution of climate change, that was a little bit surprising of an omission. So I guess I'd just like to give you an opportunity to speak about ODOT's role in being the solution to climate change.
Yeah, absolutely, Robert. And please feel free to call me Chris. Thank you for the question. Let me start with, I think, your first comment to the inherent racism. I will tell you, quite candidly, I think what we're experiencing over the last year, and especially over the last year, has daylighted things that have existed for quite some time. And so as I start to think about what's systemic and what's personal, as we think about the racism and the impacts of what, frankly, this kind of lack of conversation has resulted in, there's a sense of discouragement, right? Right now is the time to be having the conversation, and I would argue that we've been probably late in having those conversations. And our goal is to create a space where we can make more people comfortable in talking about and naming the words that are actually already being I think exercised, I guess would be the way that I would describe it. And one of the tasks that I'm trying to bring to the table in some of this, and clearly I'd love for you to have some insights from some of our other division administrators and others to see, but just getting comfortable having these conversations because the impacts are real. And so we do need to talk about not just the systemic nature of racism, but just the implied racism that's in a lot of the things that, frankly, many of us take for granted right now. And so we have to have those conversations because without an open dialogue, change won't occur. So thank you for those comments and totally understandable. Let me say, I guess I'll start with an apology for the omission of the climate term, but also say that it is in no way omitted from the work that we're doing. And in fact, I see climate as part of the aspect across each of the three priority areas, whether it's in equity, whether it's in modernizing our system from a congestion price and toll managed system to the sustainable funding and reliable revenues that is also part of the equation. As you probably know, we've stood up a climate office. It's the first time ODOT has had a climate office, and we stood that office up. Amanda Peets is leading that effort right now, and really working towards trying to make climate-based decisions in all of our decision making. So you can imagine that there are two schools of thought. In one area, you designate kind of a linear place for things to go or questions to go, and that's a group or a section where you would assign certain priority areas. And they should take that as a priority and start to evolve decision-making as their own unit, right? So a climate unit. But then you also have a myriad of decisions that an agency like ours makes over long periods of time. And if you don't infuse those climate ideals, if you don't infuse the fact that we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, right now we all know that transportation contributes to 40% in our state. If we don't have a conversation about that where it's more global and more than just a place for it to go, right, in that climate office, then we won't make as big a dent. So our climate office under Amanda is charged with not just creating the policy, creating the metrics by which we evaluate our decision making, but also what I see to be the more important aspect of that, which is blending that through our agency to say, how are all of our project managers, how are those that are making decisions about the things that we employ within the agency, making decisions that are taking into consideration the climate impact and benefit that we can bring forward, as well as the equity impact. And both of those are really important. So I will apologize for not having it as part of my opening remarks, but I can assure you that it's foundational to the work we've been doing. And I would tell you that it's implied in the 24-27 STIP cycle, probably over mention that I had in my remarks as well. If you look at many of the investment sub-allocated categories in our 24-27 STIP that went before the commission over the last couple of months, you can see the impact already of climate and equity both coming to the forefront in our decision making.
Well, it's really reassuring to hear you talk about it, and no apology necessary. That sounded really good. Thanks a lot.
Emma?
Thank you. I really appreciate you being here, taking the time. It's on our work plan to have more conversations with yourself and other higher up leadership in the agency. So I really appreciate you being here today. I appreciate the work that's been done to shift ODOT to having a climate office, having a social equity office, all the things that you spoke to in the strategic action plan. I think there's a lot of kind of pivoting and shifting that's really positive. And I think that there's also some areas where we're really falling short. So I just wanted to ask a question about, like, how can we partner with ODOT to help overcome some of those areas where the agency and the state is falling short? There's great funding going toward paths, for instance, our decision later today, but there's no maintenance funding for walking and biking projects. The safety data that we're seeing in the realm of vulnerable users who are walking, biking, taking transit, and doing the things the state would like to see people doing are really disturbing in the numbers, seeing that we're not only not holding our baseline, but we're going even worse. and seeing more people die on our streets, and disproportionately people of color and low-income individuals. So my two questions for you are, how might OBPAC support ODOT to more effectively improve walking and biking conditions in Oregon? And I guess the implication is quickly. We don't have unlimited time to do so. And then I know that the OTC and ODOT are considering some changes to the Area Commission on Transportation membership. And I'm curious if you've considered requiring a bicycle and pedestrian representative to be part of every Area Commission on Transportation.
Yeah, thank you for those questions. Let me start first by just the human nature aspect of one of the questions and comments. So thank you. It's alarming. It's alarming when we start to think about the data you collect is the data that tells you exactly how you're doing, right? And as you think about data that we've probably been more recently collecting, I would say recently, and it's all relative, right? Because in transportation land, recent can be a decade. But I will tell you that it's alarming when we think about the impacts to communities of color, especially as it relates to bicycle and pedestrian interactions. And it's something that we as an industry have to do better. So it's not just simply an Oregon thing. And by the way, that's not me passing the buck. That's simply acknowledging that across the country, frankly, a level of awareness and a level of understanding, I think, is coming into clarity in ways that it should have a long time ago. As we think about what that means for safety, we do have to double down and figure out the right way to balance funding across the whole system so we can prioritize those efforts so that we have safety at the forefront. So safety is one of the most important things, if not the most important thing that crosses our mind in all the decisions that we employ as an agency. As you can imagine, as we look at the data and the data starts to show just that impact of BIPOC communities and what our data bears out, it is something that we have to find the right path to solution on. And so I guess my statement would be this. I know we've got the team working towards how best do we allocate funding and how best do we allocate decision making, which I actually think is as important as funding. So that we can ensure that we're prioritizing, frankly, those communities that have not always been prioritized. And then your second question, again, I want to make sure that I get it right, Newman.
Yes, so just how OBPAC can be supportive of the agency's efforts and specifically the ACT membership, if you've considered requiring a bike ped position on each of the ACTs.
Yep. So thank you for that. And I wanted to make sure that I was capturing both of them. So great. Let me start by saying I think OBPAC has done a good job already, and I think that bears in what we see as far as the shift in the STIP allocations. That said, I think a continued conversation around that balanced yet important need across the state. As you think about the work that we have in front of us as a state agency, clearly we have to balance all of the system users and the system needs. And so we have to find the right way to have a conversation that shows benefit across each of the modes. And so I guess one of the things that I would say, for this group is continue to talk about and continue to highlight those areas where improvements in the bicycle and pedestrian connectivity in a system-wide approach to bicycle and pedestrian connectivity as opposed to one-off projects, continue to talk about how that can benefit all of the modal interactions that we have. Because quite frankly, all of the modes that we have within the state of Oregon, they need to interact a little bit better and they need to interact in a way that provides a little more safety. For the acts themselves, we are looking at equity across the board. To be honest, legislature right now is having a discussion about that. In addition to the commission conversation around ACT participation, and bicycle and pedestrian participation on the ACTs is also part of the dialogue as well. While I can't guarantee on every ACT, I can certainly tell you that it's part of the dialogue right now. And I'll be interested to see where those final decisions come forward, just given the fact that we have a limited number of people that are able to kind of volunteer their time. We want to make sure we round out those committees so that all of the different project choices and the comprehensive nature of our system is coming into view.
Thank you.
So Chris, you can call me how. I do have a question, and it follows up with, so I appreciate the fact that there is historical investment in this STIP for non-highway, and I'm excited to see how that funding will be allocated and move towards sort of that system-wide approach. However, what we've seen is that with these sort of separate buckets of funding, so there's funding for Safe Routes to School, there's funding for community paths, it's a very sort of piecemeal way of funding a connected and system-wide bike ped network. And so how do you propose ODOT move towards a more like systematic approach to funding rather than sort of this piecemeal project-based approach?
Sure. Thank you for that question, because I think it actually hits home for, quite honestly, some of the work efforts that we're trying to advance right now, very specific to the Portland region, for example, the comprehensive congestion management mobility planning effort that our urban mobility office is moving forward. So for those that don't know, we've created an urban mobility office within the last year as well. So in this era of change, there's a lot of change occurring within the agency, and that's one of those things that's new to the agency as well, less than a year old or right at a year old. The entire premise behind the work that they're doing in the urban mobility office is to recognize, and I've made this comment before, and it's a bad reference, but it's the best that I can come up with, which is at times, we approach individual projects as a project by project effort, and we assign success based upon whether or not the project's done, not necessarily whether or not the system's complete. And that's because you eat an elephant one bite at a time, right? But I think one of the difficulties is when you're eating an elephant one bite at a time, if you don't ever look up and realize that you're eating an elephant, you'll forget what's in the center of the table. And so our job is to step back and look at all of these things. And in my mind, one of the ways that I would respond to that, how is this? I think that there are going to always be color of money and buckets associated with all of the transportation improvements that we carry forward. And the reason we exist as an agency is to help balance that and blend that so that it becomes something that's more system-wide. So in other words, let's never take our eye off the elephant and recognize that it's our job to bring some order to the chaos, for lack of a better term, and not to say transportation funding is chaotic. I'm not at all saying that. But our job as professionals and as advisory group members is to bring order out of those things that sometimes feel like they might be at odds with each other, right? How do we balance those things? And I believe firmly the way to do that is to recognize that it has to be a comprehensive look. It doesn't mean individual projects aren't important. In fact, quite the opposite. You still do have to eat that elephant one bite at a time. But we can't ever lose sight of the fact that the elephant's in the middle of the table. And we have to recognize that the comprehensive nature of the work we're doing should incrementally complement all of these things that we're working on together, as opposed to whether or not we got 3 bike ped projects done, right? And at the end of the day, 3 bike ped projects getting done is a great win. But if they're not contributing to the system improvement, then we need to ask ourselves, how best do we apply the metric of success there? So I realize it's a little bit of a 100,000-foot view answer, but I believe we have to start there, because I don't know that kind of removing the structures associated with each of our funding silos that we have in an agency as ours, whether it's federal, state, or even local funding, I don't know that that gets us to where we need to be if we're still not noticing the elephant in the middle of the table.
I do think there's opportunities to make it less complex and to sort of demystify sort of how projects are funded. We have a minute left, and I'm going to give Robert, your hand is raised, so you get the last question. Robert, you need to unmute yourself.
Is that okay if I go, even though I already talked? Was anyone else waiting to talk?
Sorry, Michael, you were trying to speak. Sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Robert. Chris, I want to say thanks for being here. I apologize for the difficulties I had a few minutes ago, but I wanted to just comment on one of the comments you made, or you made it several times actually, talking about systems and how ODOT is not looking at their system as their own. It connects to all the other systems, and that the transportation system is a big statewide thing. Well, one of the things that I just read recently in the Transportation Safety Action Plan efforts is we are not even really sure in the poorer areas, the areas where we do have the BIPOC community, where we are looking at more fatalities and more injuries resulting from auto peds and bike accidents, that the ODOT and nobody else is actually really even clear on what the infrastructure looks like in those areas. So I would encourage ODOT, as the TSAP comes out and you're looking at the TSAP, to really look at putting together a comprehensive plan that shows sidewalks throughout the entire system and where the areas are that aren't being served, because those are the areas that are being affected the worst. And I think we've all heard of food deserts. Well, we're talking about injuries and deaths resulting in sidewalks and things like that, but or lack of sidewalks and lack of good transportation facilities for bike ped. We're not even talking about the kids and the parents and the people who are staying home and not even being able to live a quality life because they don't have the transportation options and they're afraid to even go out and walk on those streets where they know somebody was recently killed or injured. So I'd encourage ODOT to continue to look at the entire system as a whole and use system dynamics and how one part of the system affects the other part, and not leave out the cities and counties in that evaluation, and to also get really busy and put money towards getting an inventory of all those areas that are lacking those basic transportation features. So, and then again, thank you for being here. I really appreciate all the comments and the opportunity to comment and to ask questions today.
Well, Michael, certainly good to see you again. I appreciate all those comments and definitely understand where they come from. And as you know, we've got gaps in our data and we need to fill those gaps. That's the task in front of us for sure. Because while the engineer in me quantifies things down to the data level so that we can make good informed decisions, I'm a human first, and the human impact of each of those is just tragic every time I see one of those. And so I think that's, I guess the point is well taken.
Hal gave me the go to squeeze in my last question really quick, if you'll let me. I loved the elephant analogy. I hadn't heard that before, but it really got me thinking about something. There's nothing like a colorful analogy to, to get your juices flowing. So thinking about each of the bites of the elephant as being a one-off project, and thinking of the elephant as being the system. So of course, I always think about the system of off-street paths or shared use paths, whatever you want to call them. I often call them regional trails. Well, in the Portland metro area, there's a lot of different agencies that own and operate that system that makes up the whole system. But one of them operates more miles than any other agency, and that's ODOT. ODOT operates a lot of off-street bike ped paths, and a lot of them are parallel to the freeway system. But not surprisingly, there's gaps in the system. But to use another analogy, let's use the analogy of that freeway system. So we think about that as a system. No one thinks about, maybe we think about it project by project now that that we have a complete system and it's time to kind of address specific safety places or bottlenecks within the system. But you would never allow there to be an incomplete freeway system for an extended period of time. In the mid 20th century, when we were building out that freeway system, we built it as soon as we could and we closed all of those gaps. That has not been the case with ODOT's off-street path system. And there have been these bites out of the elephant that have come along that have been great opportunities to complete that system. The most example is the Abernathy Bridge. It's a $500 billion project at least. And that's ODOT's longest multi-use path. It goes from Vancouver, Washington to Gladstone, Oregon. It's over 10 miles long. ODOT does a great job when they built it, and now they own it and operate it, but it's not complete. And now they're doing a $500 million project that would be an opportunity to extend that path and complete the system, but they've chosen to not take that opportunity, and they're gonna take a bite out of the elephant and not see the whole elephant and miss the opportunity to build a complete system. So since the freeway analogy is an easy thing to conceptualize as a complete network that even just a layperson can understand. I think when it comes to the bike ped system, our analogy is the off-street path system. Those kind of are the freeways of the bike ped network. ODOT is the #1 owner and operator of those facilities within the state and within the Portland region. ODOT has an opportunity to see the whole elephant and to build out that system. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Robert, thank you for those comments, and it's completely understandable, especially as you consider, footprint and the available connectivity of the system. I can tell you for myself, I enjoy being able to get out. It's more recreational these days for me than it is a commute trip, clearly. But I enjoy being able to get out and have something that's easily understandable, allows you to get from point A to point B in a way that makes you feel safe the entire way. And that connectivity is important. And you're right, we still have gaps and we need to continue to work towards them. Much like our efforts on climate, I will say this, that I'm a firm believer that in one breath when I say that we have to complement each other's systems to make it one system, because let's face it, the user cares about being able to get from point A to point B in a reliable, safe, accessible fashion, right? They want to make sure that they have choice. The same holds true across all of these statements of things that we are evolving into as a transportation sector, whether it's climate, connectivity on the bike ped, or some of our equity decisions. We need multiple partners at the table. And that's the part that I know to be true across the board. It doesn't, well, let me rephrase that. We can make significant efforts as ODOT, especially as it relates to climate, for example, but we really need car manufacturers coming to the table also. And so you can see that balance and that flex coming in where we have multiple partners at the table. We need our other jurisdictional partners coming to the table. All of those things become really important so that we think about that customer or that user, because that is really what should be driving our thinking.
Great, thank you for that. And thank you, Director Strickler, for joining us. I know that you have limited time, so we really appreciate the time that you've given to us. So with that, I'm gonna move along to the public comment. And Chris Wachi, I apologize for going over the allotted time, but I'm pretty sure we will make it up in the next go round. So Chris will manage the public comment and then moving on to the community paths grant recommendations.
Great, thank you, Hal. Now is the time for public comment. If you do have a public comment, please raise your hand or indicate so in the chat box. If you are dialing in on a regular phone, you may dial *9 and that will notify ODOT staff that you've raised your hand for public comment. One important thing I do want to say is for committee members, for public comment, as we go into this recommendation discussion, the purpose is to listen to inform the discussion and not advocacy for any particular project. So I just want to highlight that. Leanne, may I ask you who we have for public comment, if any?
Sarah Iannarone. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name, Sarah.
So Sarah, you'll be unmuted and 1 to 3 minutes, and then Leanne will unmute you once again. So thank you, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. This is my first time attending your meeting, and I just wanted to introduce myself to your committee members. First of all, my name is Sarah Iannarone. I am the new Executive Director of the Street Trust, and I wanted to bring the committee up to speed on the fact that at the current rates of investment, it will take the state of Oregon 150 years at least to build out needed bike ped facilities. In the legislature this year, we have a bill, SB 395, that we're calling Safe Routes for All. It's an update to the original bike bill, which is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, and we're intending that to increase spending on bike ped infrastructure. I recognize that we need a new revenue stream, a dedicated revenue stream for this critical infrastructure. But in the meantime, we cannot slow down making these investments. So that I hope that if any of the committee members want to connect with me to discuss this, my door will be open. I realize that as a committee, you probably can't endorse this legislation, but as individuals and concerned citizens, you can. I will drop the necessary contact information and website in the chat. And then I also wanted to remind committee members, as you make your decisions in the future, one of the biggest challenges that we're facing in the Portland metro region is about making sure that we implement a system-wide equitable demand management strategy before we build out mega projects, so that we actually have the money that we need to build right-sized projects and to make investments in critical bike ped and transit infrastructure for the future. Thank you to the committee for your hard work, and I look forward to getting to know you more in the future.
Thank you. Leanne, could you let me know if there's anybody else who has signed up for public comment?
I don't see anyone else with a hand raised, and I don't see anyone else in the chat. So I believe there's no one waiting in line.
Okay. Well, with that, I will say let's continue on to the bulk of the meeting. And Alan, would you like to kick us off?
There we go. I had to unmute myself. Greetings, everyone. I'm Alan Thompson, the Community Paths Program Manager. And between Leanne, Chris, Jessica, and myself, will be presenting on the review and recommendations for the first cycle of the Community Bike Path Program. And
Great, thanks, Alan. I'm going to just briefly do a quick agenda review. But first, I just want to say it is very exciting to be a part of this first historic, noteworthy funding cycle recommendation for a new funding source for bicycling, walking, rolling infrastructure for the state. There's been quite a bit of buzz, as you know, about this. And to prep for this meeting, I went back and reviewed your committee minutes from starting back in December of 2019. And it's really clear how much thoughtful deliberation, consideration about how best to shape this program and this first funding cycle. And then to give that amount of direction to staff. I don't know how many hours it equates to, not only in committee meetings, but outside of committee meetings doing research. But you provided staff the direction on program funding splits, on minimum, maximum grant amounts, solicitation timing, the criteria prioritization, the refinement and finalization of the scoring criteria so that staff could create an application to move forward and score. So that's an enormous amount of work, and it's really exciting to be at this moment in time with you. So thank you. One quick comment is, with any funding source, a brand new funding source, there's going to be a lot of lessons learned. And so I think what would be really helpful for the committee is to continually take notes of things to bring up at your May meeting, because that'll be the time where you get to talk about lessons learned, things to tweak, rework for the next allocation cycle in a few years. I think the other thing that's interesting is that you have had some turnover of committee members since December, and that also allows you some additional fresh perspective on the process. So it's very exciting. Okay, with that, we are launching into the next 180 minutes of deliberation with a break in there at 2:30. So we will begin with Alan providing an overview of the OCP. For many committee members, you're pretty well versed in this, but this is also helpful for guests who are joining us. Alan was adamant about making sure that the committee had an opportunity and multiple opportunities to review, ask questions about the process prior to this meeting. So there was the March 10th workshop, there was office hours. I believe Alan followed up with some members who weren't able to attend, and then there was some follow-up phone calls too. So he'll go over some of those key things. Again, a little repeat for some folks, but for other people, it might be illuminating. We'll do a quick application review. And again, that's looking at the scoring priorities. So equity, safety, public outreach and support, and project readiness. And also what projects were eligible or ineligible. And Alan will review that. We'll look at the scoring process again, do an overview of the letters of interest that were submitted and then the applications received. And then there'll be some clarification of terminology, which came out of the March 10th workshop, so that we're all using the same terms as we move into the recommendation process. When we get to the scenario, funding scenario discussion, in the when we talk about the recommendation process, we will go over conflict of interest, but I would suggest when we start talking about the funding scenarios, if you've been a party or helped advise on an application, it's not a conflict of interest, but it's important because of the standards of this committee of transparency and the integrity. It could be perceived as a conflict of interest. So I would encourage you to make note that I was involved in this application. It does not mean you have to recuse yourself from the actual decision, but I think it's important, again, for those standards that the committee holds to make clear and to refrain from adding additional information to that discussion about a particular project. After that, we will get into the—
Could I ask a clarifying question on that last?
Absolutely.
So I think I submitted a few letters of support for some of them. Is that what you're talking about? Like, I can actually work on the applications for any of them, but would letters of support be something that I would want to disclose?
I would disclose it.
Okay.
I would always err on disclosing.
Sounds
and
good.
again, it's just, this committee is known for a high level of transparency and just to adhere to that. And then we get into the bulk of the recommendation discussion, and I'll highlight a few things about that to hopefully gain consensus on it, but the committee does use a voting process. And then we will talk about next steps. So there's a lot to cover, and I will pause here if there's any questions about the agenda review. And otherwise, I'm going to hand it over to Alan, who knows these applications forward, backwards, and the process, and has spent hours and hours on it. So to the expert.
Thank you. I'm humbled. So just starting, let's just go do a quick review of the program itself. The funding of the program is done through two separate sources, a state source and a federal source. And that creates its own little hiccup as we go further, because you can't mix and match these two funding sources. We have $8.2 million available in federal funds, and we had $3.3 million cash on hand in state funds for a total of $11.5 million. And so when we're doing this, applicants will either be funded through a state funded grant, or a federally funded grant. And with the limitations based upon the funding caps, et cetera, within. When we did the final score, we set it up based upon LPAC recommendations. The rule states we look at project characteristics, benefit, merit, and project readiness. So what we did is we focused on eligibility. The project characteristics: is it a regional path? Does it meet the requirements of a regional path? And that would be eligibility. Equity, we looked at developing TDI. Then we had safety, public outreach and support, and as it reached for merit. And then project readiness naturally is project readiness. How close it is it to being able to move forward and be constructed? So the first one was eligibility, and we looked at, is it a critical link or a regional path? And so that was just the bottom line. all but 3 of the 59 applications said that they were a critical link. And about 20 of the applications stated that they were a regional path. So a lot of them were both considered critical links and regional paths, but the vast majority were considered a critical link. And that may be because, and I'm speculating here, that because this is a brand new program, that the critical links were the ones that were already formulated and thought of previously versus a more longer term regional path. So a critical link, will the project contribute to development of a accessible biking and walking path to high need locations, basically first mile, last mile to destinations. It could be transit, it could be schools, it could be business centers, hospitals, etc. Or is it a biking or walking path in areas where no connections exist? Then of course we had the regional pass, and the rule had it broken down. So this is a very long way of just saying, is it physically separated from the roadway, connect 2 or more communities? We defined communities as loosely as we possibly could. Will serve as a connection point for people commuting between communities or as part of an officially designated walking biking route. And then we added in as shown in a local, county, or regional plan. And is it endorsed by elected bodies along the path alignment as indicated by a route? And then we started looking at equity. And the first one we did was look at TDI. If you look at the map, you can see, well, you can't see, but it is our building at 555 13th Street Northeast in Salem. And we have developed the TDI for that. And it is using geodata and other sources to do apples to apples comparison and look at the characteristics of that census tract. And that way it allows us to have a common way of comparing equity in between the various applications. So it makes it very, very consistent in how we did that. So how was it developed? It was developed as part of the Transportation Needs Index, or the ATNI as we call it internally. And it basically serves by developing various census tract residents with higher active transportation usage and socioeconomic vulnerability. So we looked at what is the population over 65? What is the non-white population? What is the population in poverty? How many households in that census tract have 0 vehicles? And so then we developed this quick little formula that just basically divides that by the total population. And that score was available to all applicants. It's hard to calculate if you're not familiar with GIS. So I was offered to all applicants that I would do that for them. We would have Teams meeting, and I would show how it was calculated, and we would do it video so they could see the entire process, and it was as transparent as possible. Then we got into safety, and that was the other benefit. So we focused on using the same criteria as Safe Routes to School to make it as simple as possible for the applicant. And does the project address a safety barrier? Every applicant, with the exception of 2, said that it did address a safety barrier. So I found that to be very interesting. And because it didn't necessarily go towards safety in terms of a roadway, because that was a vastly different one. So we recorded points by if the project was an alternative to a specific road, what were the characteristics of the road? Again, quantifying how we were scoring. So we were comparing apples to apples for each of the applications. Then we looked at public outreach and support. 2 simple questions, what community outreach have you conducted? And you can see how there was none, it was in process, significant, or they were doing project refinement, and that was being part of the project refinement. And also, would there be public outreach as part of the grant if the grant was awarded? Yes or no? And we gave points for that. And then project readiness, that was a very big one for us, because this being the very first cycle, we want to get as much on the ground as possible. So what stage the project was in, and this is more of a summary because there's so much in here. So up to 20 points was, is it in planning? Is it in right of way? Is it in construction? And as you get closer and closer to construction, it was worth more points. But it was the same thing as before, where there was a consistent increase in points based upon where you were in that process. So therefore, it was still comparing the apples to apples. Are there any known environmental hazards within or adjacent to the project area? We're looking at barriers that could hinder the successful implementation. The design approach with how consistent was it with all the various allowable guidelines? Then we started looking at, do you own the easement? Do you own the property? And so that was critical. Or do you have support of the person who's doing it and you own it, or you have an easement? So that would give you things up to 20 points. And then because we do have some restricted areas that require special permits, such as farmlands and agricultural reserves, would the project go through that? Because oftentimes that wasn't something that people would think about until after the project is already, being implemented and going through this. So we wanted to make sure that this was known upfront so that we could start planning for those permits well in advance. And then, is there a detailed project cost estimate? Does it appear reasonable, including contingency fees above 20? We requested 30%. We asked that an engineer review the cost estimate and the budget, the budget and the schedule to make sure that it appeared realistic, and we scored points based upon that.
Hey, Alan, could I ask you for a question on that last slide?
Yeah.
About the land use permitting within like EFU zones. So how were the points allotted? Was it basically like if you answered no that you got 20 points, and if you answered yes, you got 0 points?
So we'll go through restricted areas. The question is that if what we had is yes, and we have no plan. Yes, but we have agreements in place, or yes, and we are working on establishing those agreements, would give like 10 points. So again, it's if you're going through it and you aren't doing anything, you're going, oh, it is, but I haven't thought of anything, that would be 0 points. The same thing with the environmental hazards. If you don't know any environmental hazards, you didn't get any points, because this is something that's critical. You should know.
Okay. Thanks.
So you weren't penalized for going through one of those areas. It was scored based on whether or not you had the amount of understanding of those challenges, and whether or not you had a plan for addressing them if they did exist.
Okay, awesome.
So now we're in this stage here. So we've gone through just doing the whole review. In January, we received the applications. We did the initial review of eligibility and completeness. We did scoring. I scored all the applications, as well as Jessica, as well as Leanne and Robin Wilcox, who used to be the trail planner for the OPRD, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. So we had a whole host of folks. So there were 2 sets of eyes on all applications, and on a few of them there were 3. So then we met and we just compared. We did our little reviews and talks of any differences that we had. We then sent out the 150% list to the ATLs, the Active Transportation Liaisons and area managers, to see if they had any red flags that they may know about the project that we don't know here in Salem, that they may know, or because they are more familiar with the area. And so now we're at the stage where it's time for OPEC review and the OTC recommendation of the 100% list, the 150% list, and the project backup list. So this is where we are right now. And a few reminders: application scores are not adjustable. The current available secured funding, $1.5 million for project refinement, as set up by the OPEC. So $1.5 million is guaranteed for project refinement, although we are looking at potentially adding more to that under a different scenario. And then construction that comes out to 10 million, which is the balance. So what's left after project refinement then goes to construction, and we have $3 million in construction for state, 3.2 million, and about $6.7 million in federal, with 1.5 million going to project refinement.
Alan, can we pause here just for a second to see, to just take a moment if any questions are arising from the committee? And Robert, I see your hand up.
Thanks. Yeah, good place to pause, because I just wanted to make sure I understand. So the potential additional $4 million, not included in that breakdown that you just gave, right?
That is correct. That is not included in
Okay.
this at this time.
And that would be, and if that money does come through, that is state money, correct?
That would be state money.
And would that only be eligible, or would construction projects only be eligible for that funding?
Correct.
Thank you. Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay.
Question.
Good question.
Any others? And I'm with the screen share. Leanne, I'm going to lean on you if there are any hands raised from the committee members. I can't quite see all the committee members right now. Okay.
There are no hands raised right now.
Thank you. All right.
All right. So we received 81 letters of application, and you can see how it's broken down by region. And from that 81, we received 57 applications. And this is also broken down by region. So you can see the comparison is fairly close. I was pleasantly surprised with that. And then when we broke it down by agency type and funding, you see 39 cities was the vast majority, 68%, counties, 12%. We had 4 nonprofits, 6 special governments, which could be a special agency like a park and recreation district, and then 1 tribe applied. We had several that had letters of interest, but only 1 actually went forward. And you can see where it was broken down by the funding by the agency type as well. And then when we look at the ODOT region, we have by applicants, the number of applications per region, the funding by region, and then we broke that down as requested by the committee by population by region, and used Portland State University, their population estimate by county. Region 1 and Region 2, Washington County is split, so I gave 2/3 of that population to Region 1 and 1/3 to Region 2, so to give a greater, more accurate estimate of those two. And so this is what we came up with for that. Are there any questions on that?
Well, I mean, it probably doesn't matter that much, but I think that population-wise, Washington County, area-wise, it's probably split between regions 1 and 2, but population-wise, it's probably more like 90% region 1 and 10%.
Okay. I gave it 2/3, but I can tweak that.
Whatever, no big deal. Just want to
Okay.
put that out though.
I think that's indicative, or that's just an example of, let's refine that the next round.
Yeah. Because there's probably only like two actual towns in region 2, whereas all the cities are in region 1, but no big deal. Thanks.
So terminology, when we had our workshop, we recognized that we're using similar terminology for different things. So this time we're going to be very careful of having the terminologies very specific. So we have the 100% list. These are projects that scored above the funding cut line and that OBPAC is considering awarding or recommending the award to the Oregon Transportation Commission. The 150% list is are the projects below the 100% funding cut line. And that is usually 150% of the original amount. So, and hypothetically, just because it's easier to explain, $10 million is in the 100% list, then you would have an extra $5 million for a total of 15 million to be the 150% list. So it's the 100% list plus an additional 50% of funding. So what we've done, and this is where this goes to the question previously, for the transportation operating funds, which is that additional $4 million, if the legislature passes that, the 150% list will include that $4 million. So we're adding that specifically to the 150% list. And then after that, because this is a brand new program and projects can drop out at any point as we are trying to move forward, we have the backup list, which is a list of ranked projects in priority order after the 150% list. Because some of these are small projects and big projects, there might be projects in the 150% list that may be very large. And if a project drops out and it's a very small grant, then it gets passed on. And then the contingency is the 30% recommended funds for applications to address unforeseen eligible expenses. So that's the terminology.
And Alan, could you give an example of what an unforeseen expense could be? And then let's go to Emma and then Robert, please.
Okay. Yeah, one of the ideas might be that there is an unforeseen eligible expense might be, let's say that they find an environmental site. There was, as they're getting through it, they find something in, let's say Indian pottery or something like that then stops and then that has to be looked at. That might be something. There might be an environmental issue that pops up that wasn't foreseen. Somebody may have dumped some oil illegally a few years ago and that needs to be cleaned up. Mm-hmm. Something along those lines.
Thank you. Emma?
Thanks, Alan. I would appreciate if you could just clarify a little bit what the 150% list with the 4 million additional state funds might look like. I'm looking at the scenario 1, scenario 2 top project state tab in the funding scenarios. And for the applicants who are in that 150% portion of the list, I think it might be helpful to specify, if the 4 million is added, which of those projects would be above the cut line or not.
Emma, could we hold off on that? And when we get to that scenario, could we look at that? Would that be all right?
Definitely, that'd be great. Thank you.
You bet. Let's go Robert and then Jessica, unless Jessica, you have something to clarify?
Yeah, my hand's actually not up, so I'm.
Oh, okay. So Jessica.
Just had a quick clarification, since I just realized that Mavis wasn't able to join us for the March 10th workshop. Mavis, do you know what the 4 million is that we're talking about here? Or do we need to have a little refresher on that?
I'm fine. I kind of read a little bit about it. I looked at some of the other stuff, so I'm good to go. Here we go. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move on then. And this is the reason why, is when we award the grants, we have a federal pot and a state pot. Let's say a grantee withdraws projects creating available funds. We have to immediately know, is it being done with federal or state funds? If it's being done with federal funds, it goes to the 150% list and the backup list. And if it's funded with state funds, and that's because once they're fully committed, we can't go back and forth, because if it's funded with federal funds, there's no state funds available because we've used it for all the other projects, and vice versa. The other issue is that if a withdrawn project had fewer grant dollars requested than the next grant on the list, the award skips. So let's say you have a project that is $1 million and you are the first one in the 150% list, thinking that you're going to be next. And a project drops out, but it's only $400,000. Well, it's not enough to fund your project. So then it's going to go on to the next one down in the 150% list that is within that available funding cap. So that is one of the problems with this, is with the two, is that we can't just try to go one way or the other. And with all the funds allocated, then we fund what we can. And the top scoring backup project may not be the one that gets funded. And that's the nature of available funds. Are there any questions on that? Okay. So then we get into the scenarios. We have 4 different scenarios. Scenario 1 was maximizing the highest scoring projects and being able to fund those. Scenario 2 was increase the project refinement funds. And we broke it down to various alternatives of 2 million, 2.5 million, 3 million, et cetera, to see what impact that would have. We left the scenario open if the discussion today, the committee believes that they might have a different scenario that they think might be the best one moving forward. So, we're leaving that option open. And then we had a scenario 3 where we discussed at the workshop where we would increase state funding by having some large projects that had requested state funds to go to federal funds. And we found that very problematic in terms of how they might meet the match because the match requirements are so different, and various other factors that would make it extremely difficult to implement scenario 3. So we are not recommending scenario 3, and we're basically removing that. So why don't I stop right here? Does anyone have any questions at this point?
I guess I'm just not totally following you on the scenario 3 thing.
Okay. Scenario 3 was the idea that since we asked applicants whether they wanted to be funded with state, federal, or either, and they gave us options. So if it gave us the opportunity to say, if they wanted to be funded with either, we could figure out then as we were deciding within the scenario whether it should be funded with state or with federal to best, make the use of the dollars. However, some applicants said they only wanted state, some said they only wanted federal. So if you, because the state was only $3.3 million and you had several projects that were $1.5, $2 million, that the question is if we took those and moved those over to federal dollars, then that would free up the state dollars for more, and then these high scoring projects could still be funding using federal dollars. But then that creates problems because of these separate pots and then the match and negotiations. It just became very unwieldy.
Wasn't the other issue that certain projects may not have federal certification as well?
That is true. ODOT would have to manage that project as well, which would also change some issues with it. But primarily it was the match, I think, was the biggest factor, just because if they had a project and they were using a certain percentage of previously expended funds related to the project, which is eligible for state, they could not use it for federal. So it totally changed.
That's the part I was not understanding. Okay.
Yes.
Because I was thinking the match is less for federal, but now I understand. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so scenario 1, we had 6 project refinement grants totaling $1,439,000. And with that, we were able to fund 7 federal projects and 5 state projects. Considerations, as I mentioned earlier, the project's ranked in scoring order based on OPEC determined priorities. And if a project requests more funding than is available, it is skipped and it goes down. The outcomes with this are that some higher scoring but higher cost projects are not funded. Some slightly lower scoring but lower cost projects will be funded. And we were able to get 13 projects for the cycle, actually 12. I mistyped that. Okay, then the next ones. So this was the various variations of scenario 2. And let me back up real quick and just say that these 5 state projects is the same across all the different scenarios, scenario 1 and scenario 2, because scenario 2 is all about the federal grants with project refinement. So you can see that they're all the same here for the state construction grants. I just mentioned scenario 1, 6 project refinement grants. Scenario 2 actually gave us 9 project refinement grants, 5 state construction grants, and 9 federal grants. And 2.5, we had 12, 5, and 8. 3 million, we had 13, 5, and 7, and 3.5 became 14, 5, and 5. And this is slightly different than what was presented because we were going through and made sure that we met the project criteria. But I'll show that, get into that one. Sorry. So what are the primary differences between scenario 1 and 2? We had scenario 1 gets projects on the ground now. It maximizes the number of top rated projects, which is what we want. Because this is a brand new program, we want the program to, come off and kicking and screaming and do really, really good. Scenario 2 has the same number of state projects. And I had mistyped there, but we have the same number of federal construction projects, scenario 1 and 2 more. It creates a pipeline for projects ready for the next one. As you are aware, we are looking at, we're looking at more money for the cycle 2. So the idea for having more project refinement funds or projects would allow more construction ready projects by the time cycle 2 comes around. So if we can fund more, then that will hopefully lead to more projects. So that is part of the balance we're trying to figure out. Do we want to maximize the number of projects that are hitting the ground now, or do we want to plan for a more aggressive cycle 2 by focusing on the planning now? So that's the big question facing you. And then which variations of scenario 2 would you want if you want to do that one versus scenario 1?
This is a good place to pause because it's a lot of information suddenly to,
Yeah.
if you could go back 2 slides, please, just right there. So I just want to reiterate that the first line is scenario 1 based on the priorities and scoring set by OPAC. And then the scenario 2 has these options to talk about which affect how many federal projects, how many state projects, and the outcome of that is teeing up more projects for when more funding comes through. Did I capture that accurately, Alan?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Great.
Al has her hand raised.
Oh, thank you. Could I hear from you?
Yeah, just a quick question. When is the timeline for the second cycle?
We are gearing that up for the 24 through 27 STIP. So we would be starting the application cycle in the fall of 2023.
Okay, so in 2 years, right?
Years, yeah.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Great. Are there any other hands up? Mavis?
Okay. No. Okay.
Mavis, did you have a question?
Yeah. My question was with if we don't spend the funds, do we get to roll them into the next cycle, or what happens to those?
Any state funds that aren't spent will roll over. Federal funds, but let me rephrase that. With the state funds, what we want to do is that if a project falls through, we want to fund the next one in the priority list. But if you notice that, and I'm going to back up one. So using this as an example, we allocated $1.5 million for project refinement grants. So that still means there's about $500,000 there for federal if when we combine everything, we have a couple $100,000 left over and there are no projects left, we still have $200,000 in the pot. That much we will try to move forward. There are some restrictions with federal funding, but I can talk with Jeff to see how we can roll that over. With state projects, yes, we can, because any leftover funds at the end of the cycle can be moved over towards for the next cycle as well, if there's a couple $100,000 left over.
And at what point, if we have funds, will we say, you need to wait for the next cycle because we're not going to be able to get this through? I mean, if funds become available, can we assign up to 2 years in the future when this cycle opens up again, or is there a cutoff date where we're like, nope, we're going to just try and roll the money we got?
With state funds, we're limited to cash on hand. So this 3.3 million we have right now is pretty much what we have available right now. But we're getting it every month. But if we were to start expending it every month, then we would have no money in the state fund for the next cycle. We would just have what's coming up every month. So what we're doing is we're stopping at this point once we make our recommendation, and then build up our state funds for the next cycle. And then we should have even more state funds because of additional funding that's coming in through cycle 2. But with state funds, it is limited to cash on hand. With federal funds, once it's been authorized by Congress, then it's reasonably assumed that we will receive it. So which is why in the earlier slide you showed me, talked about federal funds to 2024. But with state funds only to 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Alan, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So to Mavis's point, if there's money left over prior to the next funding cycle, you're moving down the 150% list. If there's a project that doesn't fit that amount of money, then the money would roll over. Is that
Yes, thank you. You explained that much better than me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, let's say that we're coming due for the next cycle. There's still $100,000 or $200,000 left in the pot. We are getting ready to start the cycle 2. That money we'll just put into the pot.
Okay, great, thank you. I see Jeff hand has been up. His arm must be tired. Jeff?
Whew. Thank you, Chris. Alan, you said you used the catchphrase maximize the highest scoring projects in scenario 1. And that relates to more projects on the ground now. So I think what you're saying is the construction of those new projects would be quicker and actually show the needs and the opportunity and the value of this project. Is that correct?
That's true, but it also shows, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, the idea being that these are the highest scoring ones. These are the ones that should be the most ready, the most prepared. And so we're hoping that, that these are the ones that once we issue the IGAs, they will go and they will literally run with it. So that's what we're wanting, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And did I miss anything in your question?
No, I think you hit it right on, Alan. Thanks.
Any other questions from the committee? And Emma, I wanted to circle back to you about your question about scenario 2. Was that answered in this discussion?
Alan made a brief comment about something being different than I think what we'd seen before, but I wasn't sure what the difference was. So I don't think it's an issue, but if things have changed and those haven't been called out, that would just be nice to be clear on.
Okay. And Alan, is that the next slide?
Yeah, I'm going into this. So how do we deal with inaccurate cost estimates? And so do a quick recap of something I mentioned earlier. The applications required an engineering review of the scope and budget to determine if cost estimates were reasonable. We reviewed applications to look for red, yellow flags. Red flags were rejected. Yellow flags will require negotiation. I mentioned earlier that we rejected 7 applications because they were not within the grant budget parameters of 2 to 4 million, or excuse me, 200,000 to 4 million. I had a rapid text of one applicant that said that the application did something with her, so we'll be reviewing it, and if so, then their project may pop into the 150 or backup list where it was prior to being removed. So going to yellow flags require negotiations. So we have the list of projects that require negotiation. One may be clarification. One may be that, as an example, we have a high scoring project that for project refinement, but the applicant is not eligible for federal funds, but if they can partner with federal funds. So the question is did they not indicate that they had a federal partner or a partner that was eligible? We're going to ask that question. If it's yes, then that they have that, then we will fund them. But if the answer is no, then we'll say sorry, and then we'll move on to the next one, and one from the 150% list will pop up. So that's how we're working the negotiation. It's regarding budget, regarding standards and scope. And the reason why they're all tied is that if the scope can only be reduced or can be reconfigured within the existing budget, but we will not be giving any more money because we won't have it really. So they may have their scope reduced to meet the requirements within the available budget. So they may do, half a mile instead of 1 mile. So that is one of the things we're looking at. And this is the reason why the 150% list and the backup list are critical. And with that, yes. Let me stop right there for questions. I'm sorry, Chris.
Yeah, and I think we have a break coming up too in 1 minute, but I did want to talk a little bit to highlight the red flags. If you, and maybe we could pause and come back after the break to talk about the red flags and why something would be red flagged. and what those projects are. So I'll turn to Hal and Emma. Shall we take a break now and then come back to that discussion?
That sounds good to me.
Okay, Emma, does that work for you? Great. Okay, so it is 2:30 now. If folks could come back about 2:40, we'll get into the discussion on recommendation. Thank you.
Just a note, if anyone gets kicked out during the break, I'll let you back in right before the next break starts. I'm going to take a break too, so I'll let you in before the meeting starts back up again. Thanks, everyone.
This is Alan Thompson. May I help
Hey,
you?
Alan, you're not on mute.
Oh, thank
Just
you.
FYI.
Thanks.
Thanks.
So I don't know if anybody's a basketball fan, but just got an update that the women's Ducks, they won. They're in the Sweet 16. So
Yay.
yay, go Ducks.
One of the last things I did before COVID and stay-at-home orders was going to one of the women's basketball games. Seems like so long
I
ago.
know. I know.
Good update, Chris.
Okay, well, Beavers
Keep us-
too.
Keep us informed.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Mission
Aaron, you would.
I think we're ready to start back up, but I'll wait, Hal, for you to give the official Hal and Emma.
Yeah, let's start it again.
Okay.
Where it's at 2:41.
So I just wanted to circle back to the question about red flags. And Alan, could you talk about the projects that were red flagged and the reasons why?
Okay. Yeah, the chair asked for specificity. And so we had 9 projects that were rejected. 7 of them were rejected for the not being within the grant amounts as required by the OPEC leadership when you limited the project refinement grants to 75,000 to 750,000 and the construction grants from 200,000 to 4 million. So that was the main one. And then there are several others that were eligibility in general, where they did not meet the criteria, did not serve a transportation purpose, or was a soft path that would not be eligible for the program because you need a more permeable path. Or there might be such a huge ADA requirement and with a small amount of budget that just would not be anywhere near feasible if they were to do the project and meet the ADA requirements for it. Prior to my presentation, one of the applicants that determined ineligible because of that pointed out that there was a glitch in the application that showed them as being over the requested amount, the maximum requested amount, and asked for an appeal. And I'm going to be looking into that. Their project scored in the mid-range of it. And if that is the case, I will let the committee know and put them into the backup list where they would have been originally within their priority once we would determine that eligibility.
And to clarify, is that it part of the 150? It's beyond the 150%.
It's beyond the 150% list.
Alan, could you just tell us what that project is?
Sure. It was the Salem Pringle Park.
Thank you.
And just one quick thing to clarify on one of the items that Alan mentioned as a eligibility item of some of if a path was deemed to be a recreational path. I think a few of the committee members have heard me and any path is both transportation and recreation, and you have a mix of those uses. But the one type thing that we do have some legal history on in terms of what is transportation versus recreation for paths in Oregon is if a path is purely a loop trail within a park. So that's how we determined those couple of applications to be just a recreational purpose, not a transportation purpose, which is something that's in the administrative rule for the funds.
Emma, you have a question?
I just wanted to say thank you to staff for following up and providing more clarity on this. When we met on the 10th, I had been concerned about this topic, and I really appreciate this. On the last bullet point about the projects that were kind of misbudgeted and then now need to be reworked a little bit to either fit or apply next time or bring local funds to the table. My hope is that we are able to fund whole functional projects. I remember back in February of last year in Astoria when we were meeting and developing the criteria and kind of the guidance for this whole program, we had some conversations as a committee about really wanting to have projects that, although there's not a lot of funding available and things will probably need to be built out in phases, that each phase that's being applied for and funded is a standalone project that doesn't dump someone off in like a field or some dead end that, as we were talking about earlier with the Director Strickler conversation, we want to create a comprehensive network and system. So I'm just hoping that as those negotiations go forward, that whole functional, at least segments of bigger projects can be funded.
Understood.
All right. Any other questions before we get into the committee's deliberation? Okay, could we move into the next slide, please? And the next slide. All right, here's a quick review over the conflict of interest, and this is from the guidelines, ODOT's guidelines, and this is an actual conflict of interest. And for the purpose of the meeting, if you'll allow me, I'm just going to read this, that the action, decision, or recommendation made in an official capacity that causes a private pecuniary benefit or detriment for the public official or public official's relatives or business associated with a person is associated with the public official or the public official's relative. So this is the actual, they also call out a potential conflict of interest where there could be a potential financial gain for the public official or the public official's business. And then there's the perceived one that we talked about. And again, the perceived one is more about just voicing right now. If you've been involved in an application, written a letter of support, you do not need to recuse yourself from the recommendation discussion or final vote for the project list. But I think now's a good time for people, if you have been involved in an application, to please just make your comment now.
I'll go. Can you see me? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, it's Michael. Michael Black. I have a project that I did apply for, and it does have the potential of being funded for construction. So therefore, I believe I have a perceived conflict. I won't participate in any deliberations on whether or not this project is on the list or not.
Thank you.
I'm trying to unmute myself. Oh, sorry, Emma's hand is up. Go ahead, Emma.
Go for it, Robert.
No, you can go. I need to look at the.
Put your words together. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a perceived conflict of interest potentially with the City of Springfield application for a project refinement grant.
And Robert?
Okay, so it shouldn't be, I don't think it's a conflict of interest, but I just wanted to disclose that I did submit letters of support on, well, under the signature of Metro, my employer. But those letters of support were for the City of Tigard project. I'm going down the list here and trying to remember what all they were. The North Clackamas Parks and Rec project and the Oregon City project. And I feel like there was one more. I think the Washington County Reedville Trail project as well.
Thank you. So those will be noted in the minutes.
I just want to, can I clarify something I said?
Yes.
I just want to be clear. I said I wouldn't participate in the discussion of whether this project would be on the list. What I mean is I do intend to participate in deliberations on what projects get funded. If this project comes up, I will not speak as an applicant or give any information about the project that could help the project be funded or not, seeing as other applicants do not have that opportunity. That's what I meant.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification, Michael. All right. All right, if we could move forward. Thank you. So I stole this from the Safe Routes to School Advisory Committee meeting, which is a way that that committee operates to make a formal recommendation, knowing that this committee actually goes to a motion and vote. This is the stepping stone to that, to hope that the committee can reach a consensus before taking a final motion. So thumbs up, fully supportive of this decision or choice. I'm not fully supportive of the decision or choice, but I can live with it and I won't oppose it. I need more discussion. I'm opposed to this decision moving forward. So that's how we're just going to frame, so we can move forward and hopefully get to a recommendation that everyone supports. So at this point, we can turn off the share screen. And which is nice to see everybody's faces. So at this point, it would be helpful to get kind of a barometer reading about where people are and if there are any questions about that. So if it's all right with Hal and Emma, may I call on people to just get a straw poll to see where people are leaning towards for the recommendation? That helps us guide the conversation. Is that all right if I move forward with that? Okay, so I'm going to start with Jeff. If you could just give us an idea of after reviewing all the materials and the discussion today, where are you leaning towards in terms of scenarios, of which one you're thinking of recommending?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. You just kind of answered the first question that I had. So basically, what is our number one decision here? Is it between the scenario 1 and 2 primarily? I mean, I haven't heard any number 3X from the OBPAC committee, and it looks like the 4th one was thrown out of the hat. So we're basically saying whether we want 1 or 2. Is that correct?
1 or 2, and by that caveat, 1 or 2, and what variation of 2?
Okay. Well, my opinion at the moment is scenario 1. Kind of touched on that earlier. I think it puts the most projects on the ground in the quickest fashion. And I think it's important, that's an important element of this whole process. Since it's new, we'll be able to show more results. We'll have people who are really reviewing this project, like the legislature and others who are wanting to see if this should be funded again. And so I think showing more projects, and this was my question earlier to Alan, so I believe this is correct, that scenario 1 will in fact put more projects on the ground quicker, and by virtue of that, show the success of the Community Path program. So I'm leaning towards scenario 1 at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael?
I agree completely with Jeff. I'll just add that as we were developing the rules for this Community Paths program, this was one of the priorities, is to get these projects on the ground, to finish projects, to extend projects that will increase transportation options for communities. I like the idea of project refinement and having the opportunity there, but I think we have the number right. I think we should prioritize the construction projects.
Thank you. Robert?
Thank you. So I guess, so I have a question. There's something I don't understand. So I'm looking at the PDF that Alan sent out to us. And actually, I should step back. I know I keep saying it, but I just want to say again, I really appreciate all of Alan's work and all of staff's work on this to be so thoughtful and to prepare all this information for us in a way that we should be able to reach a consensus about a pretty complex topic. So nice job there. But here's my question. So I'm looking at the PDF that Alan sent us that has all these different scenarios. and lists out the projects within each scenario. And so for scenario 1, it shows 7 federal construction projects. But then on scenario 2A, it shows 9 federal construction projects. So the premise that Jeff and Michael just gave was that scenario 1 gets the most construction projects on the ground. But this information that I'm looking at from Alan is actually saying that's not the case. It says that either 2A or 2B would offer more construction projects. So why is that? What am I missing?
Alan, do you want to respond to that?
Unmuting here. Yeah, the issue has to do with the cost of the projects, so that as we have more projects that go into project refinement and less funds for the federal, what you end up is that a larger project gets dropped down. So, and because it gets dropped down, then we can fund smaller projects. So if you had a project that was at the bottom of the 100% list in federal under scenario 1, then that got kicked off because there was less funds under scenario 2A, then smaller projects could jump in. So the projects that are jumping in that place are smaller projects. You may have 3 smaller projects totaling $700,000-800,000 versus the $1.5 million for that project.
Okay, so that's helpful. So in other words, scenario 1 does not result in the most projects on the ground. It results in the most expensive, highest ranking projects on the ground.
I wouldn't even say most expensive. I would say
Well,
the
let's say the highest
lower.
ranking, then most expensive. It's like a if then kind of.
Yeah.
If it's the highest ranking and of the highest ranking most expensive, then it's on there. But then under 2A, you do end up with more projects on the ground. I guess that's just what I want to make clear for everyone. So I hope everyone understands that. The scenario 1 does not actually result in the most projects being built. So with that, my preference is, in fact, draft scenario 2. I need to be more specific. Draft scenario 2D, as in dog.
Chris, since you're facilitating, would you like me to put that slide back up again?
Yeah, I think that's important because I think there's, let's round out that conversation and show what Robert's brought up, some of the considerations for that.
Yeah. So right here, the 2 million, 9, and then and 2.5 both had more federal construction grants. And then, so you were saying 2D, which has less federal construction grants, Robert?
Yeah, I like 2D the best. I think it provides the most diversity of different types of projects in different places. It gives us the most it's the most well-rounded list in terms of project types and recipients.
So just to your point, Robert, just so it's a clarification that there are more in that scenario, there are fewer projects on the ground, but there are more projects on project refinement grants. Teeing up for that 2024, just to be clear.
For 2D, yeah, right.
Okay. Any questions about that? Is that clear to everyone? Yeah, Michael.
So I just want to, Robert, you're absolutely right. As far as the math goes and the number of projects, going with scenario, one of the number two scenarios would have more projects in, or be in more communities, I would say, but it's less dollars. Am I right, Alan?
Yes, you have to look at the individual tables because as it goes through, you try to have it in priority order, but then you skip. So you can see particularly in the construction that some move down, some move up.
So I guess the question I have is, as far as dollars go, does scenario 2 spend more in project refinement and less in construction?
Yes.
Okay, that was my point.
Okay. Jeff, you have your hand up.
Right, thanks, Chris. I guess just Alan, what's the answer to which scenario puts the most projects on the ground now?
And Jeff,
Which scenario puts the most projects on the ground now?
If
could
you're
you
talking
confirm
about,
construction?
yeah, if
Specifically
you're talking about
Yeah.
construction, then that'll be scenario 2A with $2 million.
$2 million for refinement, but it puts the most construction projects on the ground.
Correct.
Okay, let's keep this conversation clear.
Okay.
But we do have to hear from other committee members. So right now, we've heard from Jeff and Michael about preference at this point, just barometer rating, scenario 1, and Robert 2D for you. Okay, let's continue. May I hear from Emma?
Yes. So my first choice would be scenario 1. I'd like to prioritize tangible construction on the ground. I think this program is just way oversubscribed, which is a sign that there's need for much more funding. I'm hopeful with the increased 24-27 funding that we may be able to increase the limits, because realistically, we're looking at fairly small path projects given the constraints of this funding cycle. I also would still like to have the $4 million of state funds clarified, because I think the applicants who are kind of on the cusp with regards to the state funding and the 150% list might want to more clearly understand what's going on with that piece of the picture.
Okay. Could we come back to the 4 million after we hear from the rest of the committee? Would that be all right, Emma?
Yes, that sounds great. Thank you.
Great. How would you weigh in, please?
Sure. So I am leaning towards scenario 1. But my one concern about scenario 1, as it is right now for maximizing the projects, is it unfairly penalizes the projects that are sort of at the cusp that are more expensive. And that is not an issue for the applicant, but an issue of the funding availability. And so my concern is, yes, we can, because there are a couple of projects that are larger, that is at the cut line. And I think in order to get more projects, we are funding perhaps lower ranked projects. So that's just my concern about scenario 1, but I'm leaning towards 1. I think scenario 1 gets more projects on the ground.
Wait, but we just said that it doesn't get more projects on the ground. It gets more dollars toward construction.
Yeah, I guess I'd say more significant. Like if we're able to put more money towards projects, then
Construction
that's a more
projects,
significant investment in construction. Sorry, I think that's helpful clarification, Robert.
Yeah, so my priority is to try to fund more projects that are ready for construction, with the money that's available now.
But that's not what scenario
obviously-
1 does.
What's that?
But that's not what scenario 1 does.
So can I ask a clarifying question? So the scenario 1 certainly doesn't have the number of projects, but scenario 1, the way I'm looking at it, if you were looking at this as impact, scenario 1 should have more impact because it has $600,000 more that it's spending on state projects than scenario 2. And if you translated that into miles, it should have a bigger impact in miles as well. And that's where I'm coming from when I say that it puts more on the ground. It's more infrastructure on the ground as opposed to the comparison, which is the number of projects.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that point, Michael. I think you said that really well, and that is factual based on what's in front of us. But in terms of the number of projects,
And I agree. Like, I don't think I'm focusing on maximizing the number of projects. I think like I would like to see more of the funds go towards construction, and my concern, and so I like scenario 1 better than 2. I think more money should be allocated towards construction. But my concern with scenario 1 is the cut line. Some projects that are ranked pretty well are not being, or a single project is not being funded because we're trying to get more construction projects funded. And so the cheaper projects are being funded, even though they're ranking sort of at that same level. So it's unfairly penalizing the expensive project that's at that cut line.
Okay, if we could hear from the other 2 committee members, and then we're going to circle back to some of these discussion points. Mavis.
Listening to the discussion, I think that scenario 1 is sounding appealing to me just because it's getting more built. I was just wondering if any chance that we have some pretty pictures that show like the difference between the 2, maybe the demographics spreading across the state. You have anything pretty that I can look at? Because I'm not a numbers girl. These just make my head hurt.
That is a great question, and unfortunately, I don't. I'm sure that we'll be developing a report that will look at the impacts of whatever scenario you choose and break it down by region and everything else. But I just have not done that. But I'll make sure that does get done.
Do you have a list of the 2? So I can't find it, and it could be because I'm on a different computer than I normally am, but do you have the 150 list with scenario 1 and the 150 list with scenario 2 somewhere that I can find it? Because I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, I think I can probably just share it. Let's see if I can find it here.
That would be lovely.
Before we do that, Ellen, could I hear from Aaron, and then we can circle back to this the picture. Aaron.
Yeah, thank you for all the hard work. I think all of our committee members have mentioned that. And I'm personally leaning towards scenario 1, just because I really do believe in the scoring rubric that OPAC, created, and scenario 1 seems like it tries to maximize the funding for those higher ranking projects. And it still does, include those high priority project refinement projects as well. And since there's more money being dedicated towards construction, I definitely see, while there might be less projects, there is more money being spent on construction. So there's going to be more, tangible results that, show results fairly quickly. So just my thoughts, I really, believe in the rubric and the scores and the rankings of the projects. And I really believe that scenario 1 does a really good job of making sure that we maximize the funding for those higher ranked projects.
Thank you. And I think I've heard from all the committee members. If I missed anyone, I don't think so. Okay, so I'd like to circle back. I have this Pavlovian thing that is the same sound as our doorbell when there's someone coming in on the call. So I have this immediate, like I have to answer the door, but I'm not going to. So to start with, I wanted to circle back to Emma's question about how the 4 million for state funds, you want that clarified in terms of the 150% list. So Alan, could you bring that up? The spreadsheet.
Sure.
Yeah, so just talking through, if the $4 million is approved, then what projects would or would not be funded,
right,
based on assuming they're all eligible, things go through, negotiations go well, et cetera.
All right, so this shows the federal construction dollars for scenario 1, the six projects. And then we go into scenario 2A.
Actually, I'm sorry. Could we stay on scenario 1 just for a moment, please?
Okay.
And is it possible to shrink your screen just a wee bit?
I don't know if I can or not.
Or just scroll down?
Scroll down.
Mm-hmm. So the 100% list, I just wanted Emma to see what this is for construction, where the 150% list, how it would
I'm
continue.
speaking to the next tab over, the scenario 1, scenario 2, top project.
Okay, thank
state
you.
tab.
All right.
Yeah, so it's clear that the top list here is 100% fully funded state construction projects. I guess the question is, if the $4 million that we're hopeful ODOT will allocate to paths does come through, which projects on the 150% list would get funded? How would that play out so that the applicants would know what to expect?
If you look at the running total, we start off with the first one, Washington County Land Use, 1.5 million as the ask. And then Dune City would be the last one that comes out to just over $4 million. So that would be the $4 million.
So all 4 projects would be funded if the $4 million is allocated.
Correct.
In addition of what we originally anticipated. Okay.
Right.
Fantastic. Thank you. I think with the earlier presentation, I thought the 150% list maybe had a little bit more money beyond what that 4 million would add. So that's really helpful clarification.
Yeah, if you go by the definition I'd mentioned earlier about the 150% list being 50% more than the total amount of the 100% list, the Washington County land use would equal that 150% list just by funds alone. So, but when you add in the 4 million, it turns into this whole amount.
Okay. Any other questions specifically on the 150% list? Okay. So circling back, Robert, to 2D. Can you say a little bit more after this discussion? Is it, how are you feeling about 2D in comparison to scenario 1? Just to get a feeling if there's a way that we could find a path.
Well, I think I'm gonna have my work cut out for me trying to convince, how many other people said scenario 1? I'm probably not going to be able to convince everyone. I don't know, what more can I say? I mean, I feel like with the added $4 million of state projects going to 4 more construction projects, that will achieve everyone's desire to get a lot of projects built. But there's still so many other projects out there that are going to need to have a lot of work done in order to be ready to be built for the next cycle.
Mm-hmm.
That was something that we've always talked about all along as well, is just keeping that pipeline full.
Mm-hmm. Emma, do you have a comment to Robert's point?
Yeah, I just want to appreciate what Robert is bringing up. And I was thinking similar thoughts as someone who is familiar with the project development and then trying to get things ready enough so that you can seek full design and construction funding and take something to completion. I want to support that process. And then when I reflected on it a little bit more, there is so much need already with projects that are ready to go that I would like to support those communities and projects that are ready to go in getting over that completion finish line. I did a little bit of tallying on my own, and it looks like we have on the federal list over $16 million of projects that are on the unfunded contingency list at this, or sorry, we're not calling it the contingency list, the backup list at this point. And on the state funded list, we're looking at over or about $9 million of projects that wouldn't receive funding. So when I see that level of need that we're not able to even start addressing, even if we allocate to scenario one, that helped me think through how do we prioritize this. I do want to get things ready for even more build out in the future. And I know that if we just go for kind of like the low hanging fruit, easier to reach and deliver projects, we're not going to build the robust, connected, useful to the user off-street pass system that I'd like to see in Oregon and our plans and policies call for. But I think that there's a lot of great projects here that help build out that vision and are ready to go now. So that kind of was some of my thinking, and maybe that helps, maybe it doesn't.
Okay. Other comments? May I ask a question? Oh, go ahead, Hal.
So I have a question, and you know, I've just been playing with that scenario one, and you know, because we have like the project rankings, I feel strongly that we need to fund the higher ranking projects with the funds that are possible, and so and partly because you know, some of those projects at the cut line, it does meet our equity goals, right? And so I think that is pretty important. Can you talk through how you allocated funding to like what the process was as you're going down the list, like by ranking, and then how did you decide that it was going to get federal funds versus state funds, especially if it's noted that it can accept either federal or state funds?
I did a lot of back and forth to find how I could fund the most projects. So if there was one that was accepting both state and federal, I would look at the available funding cap and move it either federal or state, and then go on to the next one. And sometimes there were a few instances where I reversed it to be able to get more projects in. But it was just constantly playing with it, but making sure that I stay with the idea of the most the highest priority projects. So there was an instance where I ended up with just a couple $100,000 left, and then I'm going through and there's none there. So I'm going down to like the 14th or 15th project before I will have funding for it. So then I moved one, that was when I moved one from federal to state, and then was able to get something more higher up in there.
Could you give
that
some
was-
specific examples, and or maybe how would you be able to give a specific example of?
Yeah, so and again, like it's a difference of you know, so the 260 range, there's a ton of there's a whole bunch of projects that are sitting in that 260 range, and there are some that are on the under the cut line, and so I guess there are a couple of 250s that are being funded, but the 260s are not being funded.
Right.
Does that make sense? And
yeah.
partly because they're more expensive projects. And so my concern is we are unfairly penalizing projects for being expensive, right? Just so we can fund the maximum amount of projects.
Yes, but you're going to end up with that no matter what, because as you go from the highest ranked one going down, your available fund shrinks.
Not
every
if you fund the salmonberry through the federal, and then you can fund one more of the 60 with the state funds.
Right. The problem with the Salmonberry Trail was and is that they're ineligible for federal funds.
Okay. But the data that we have has the federal funds. So
Yeah,
call them
the Salmonberry Trail, they're asking for project refinement. So the question is, can they find a partner for that, for project refinement? they did not mention anything about for the construction for federal funds though, or excuse me, a partner that would be federally eligible. Although
But that's the data that we're being provided. So it's great that you're providing that clarification now. But when we're looking at the data and you know, the information, that's what I'm, you know.
I think that flag was that red, yellow flag, Alan?
yeah.
Right.
Trying to find it.
And that was to indicate that there was a clarification on federal or state.
Yeah. So going into it.
I just want to make sure that everybody's looking at the same most current version of the spreadsheet as well.
Yeah.
So if you could pull it up, Alan.
So this is showing the project priority listing of eligible and ineligible projects. So they had Sunbury Trail, Rockaway Beach, yellow, red, nonprofit ineligible for federal funding unless eligible partner. So that was the key thing with that. So do they have a federal partner? And if they do, then we can swap. But that was the key question, because that has to be either you know, they have to have Rockaway Beach would be the one to sign on to it, and then have the contract with ODOT for the federal, because it has to be with them, not with the Sunbury Trail Foundation. And then what happens if the project goes over? You know, then we start looking at the unforeseen circumstances, and then who then has to pay for anything over what the grant amount was. So that gets into the whole question at that point. So,
And so are you saying that neither Rockaway Beach nor Tillamook County was willing to be that sponsor?
I'm saying that they weren't in the application as being the sponsor. So that's something that the foundation neglected to put into the application.
And they were asked explicitly to list who their government sponsor agency would be if they were to receive federal funds?
We had stated that, I'm not sure in the application, but I do know that it was stated over and over again in the webinars that, you know, nonprofits are not eligible. What they have to do is they have to partner with an eligible agency. And usually that's a city or a county or a government agency that can then be the one who would apply for the grant in their stead. And since it's from Sunbury Trail Foundation and it's not from Rockaway Beach, it's not from Tillamook County. So the question is, you know, this is something that we want to hash out as quickly as possible.
I would.
Now they're eligible for state funds because the rule allows a nonprofit, but just not federal.
I would think that it would, I just feel like the right thing to do would be to give them the chance, give the foundation the chance to approach Tillamook County, to ask Tillamook County if they would be the sponsor.
So I've got a question then. So Robert, what this presents to me is a potential issue where if we were allowing one group that was red flag for one reason to go back and potentially refine their application, then we'd have to open it up for everybody. And that would be basically starting over again and potentially reorganizing the prioritization based on what came after the applications were due. And I just don't think that's fair for all of the applicants.
Is that really what we're talking about though? Because not every single red flag or yellow flag is on the cusp. Like this is the one that is. And if we were to award federal instead of state, then as Hal astutely pointed out, that would allow us to fund one more project. Are there other projects that are in a similar scenario?
My point is that they filled out the application themselves and they did not meet the criteria.
But Alan just said that wasn't asked in the application. If that wasn't,
I'm saying I don't remember if it was in the application.
Can we
Sorry,
pause here
what was
just
that,
for
Al?
a second? I'm sorry to chime in. Can we pause just for a second? I know Jessica might have some insight to this. So Jessica, can you chime in, please?
Yeah, so what we had discussed in the staff review of this was that if they didn't have it, if the criteria say that if you're a nonprofit, you need to have a public agency sponsor, so a city or county, at to be that is going to deliver the project for you when you apply, to be eligible. And we have somebody that is a nonprofit. They didn't have the evidence of that support of the public partnership in their application. And that we would prefer to say that that's not eligible. You need to get that partnership together and reapply next round. Because if we go the route of, well, you don't have the public partnership in your application, but we've awarded the funds, that puts the potential public partners in a really tough spot of, well, you've got a nonprofit that got this funding. You weren't involved in necessarily in the development of the cost estimate or the scope or anything like that in the application, but now there's a lot of pressure for you to be able to deliver that.
Yeah, that would be a problem. So you're saying that was made clear in the application that if they wanted to be eligible for federal funds, that they needed to have a public agency sponsor?
Yeah, we asked if their agency was certified to deliver federal funds, then yes or no. And if it was no, then
That's a different question. And if it was no, which it would almost invariably be. And
Do you finish the rest of that, Alan? If no,
yeah, the application I'm looking at said yes, so I know it turned into a drop-down menu. Local agencies must be certified to deliver federal aid projects. If an agency that is not certified to deliver federal funded projects yet receives a federal federal program, we mentioned that ODOT, but so that would mean ODOT would deliver for the local agency.
But
so
that's a different question.
That's a different question.
It sounds like it doesn't actually say that explicitly in the application. So I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes. They thought that they were giving you all the information that was needed based on what was presented to them in the application. It seems unfair to dock them when they thought that they were answering all the questions. Like if they knew that they needed to get the county or the city to support them, they probably would have done that.
So there's more than just the application itself. And I seem to remember a part of the application that did refer to something about nonprofits and federal funds, but obviously I don't remember exactly what it says. And there's a big application, but the part of the process was going to, I'm just reading Emma's comment, but part of the process was being able to go to these webinars. And were they mandatory? Were any of those mandatory, Alan?
No.
Okay. Well, that's a little bit more of a problem, but I think this is more than just a clarification. I think this is more than just a clarification. So I think, I don't think it'd be right to go back and allow them to now approach a county or city to ask them to be part of the project.
I'm sorry, could you say it again, Michael?
I said, I think this is more than just a clarification, and it changes the application, and I don't think it would be appropriate to allow an applicant to go back and now ask a city or county. I think there's too much possibility for it to change. Anyways, I just don't think it's right to go back and do that, change the application completely in the form of changing who the applicant is.
All right, Hal, you've had your hand up for a while.
So I guess this brings up a point, like if there were red and yellow flags on this application, I'm just surprised that it ranked so highly. So it wasn't on the cusp of the funding, but it was one of the higher ranked projects. And so again, like I'm trying to understand, like, can a project be highly ranked and also be red and yellow flagged?
Yes. And
wouldn't that be a concern?
It is a concern that I have in the lessons learned. One of the things that that I noted was that when we talk about the project characteristics and that it is design guidelines, for example, is 20 points. So that is it consistent with the various bikeway design guidelines? So that itself is only worth 20 points. So that is something that needs to be addressed for the next cycle, obviously, because that means that projects that are scoring well and well enough to where them not scoring good enough points with that criteria are still scoring high enough to be funded. So that's something that we will be looking at for the next cycle.
Yeah, and with this one, like the equity score is not that high. So, and equity is like a significant part of it. And so it was ranking fairly high on certain criteria.
Right. When we developed the Transportation Disadvantage Index being about 32% of the total score, we thought that might be high enough, but that's something that we'll also be looking at as we develop the next cycle as well.
Okay, so this, when we started this discussion, we highlighted that there's going to be a lot of lessons learned in this first funding cycle to hone, refine, and build. So this is not surprising that some of these things are coming up. Jessica.
Well, to reply to a House comment about high scoring applications that have some flags on them, that's not entirely uncommon with Safe Routes to School or any of our other funding programs, because when we do the scoring, we do that 100% based on what is in the application. We trust that what is in the application is the best information available that the applicants can provide us. The flags are just that from that additional staff lens of, you said that there's not any environmental or permitting needs, but looking at the project on a map, it's on a rail corridor in a riparian area. So, and maybe the applicant doesn't have a lot of experience delivering those projects. So it might be kind of an unknown. So those are the sorts of things that we work through in the negotiation process with the locals. So to have a yellow flag and be high scoring isn't that unusual. I think to get back to Robert's question about nonprofits, Marcia put some of the direct language from the published program guidance in the chat. So eligible applicants include cities, counties, state, regional government bodies, tribal governments, mass transit or transportation districts, school districts, special government bodies, or other units of local government. But then it does specifically say that eligible nonprofits with documented support from one of the above government bodies may also apply.
And so these eligibility requirements that are in the chat, was that pertaining to projects requesting federal funds or projects requesting state funds, or both?
State funds. Federal funds have a whole host of different requirements.
And that's actually what my question was. I was just asking if, because what we're wondering is, what did the application and the materials say about the eligibility requirements for federal funds? And it sounds like we're not going to get there today, but that's fine. So I would just urge us to be more clear in the future.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like it wasn't clear in this cycle, because it has nothing to do with having to be federally certified, because as we all know, the vast majority of these recipients are not going to be federally certified, but that doesn't stop us from awarding them federal funds. That just means that ODOT becomes the sponsoring agent. ODOT becomes the project manager. They deliver. It's really just about the eligibility and the clarification that nonprofits need to have a local agency sponsor.
Michael, you had a point.
So I think we're putting this to bed, but I just want to say that there are other groups that were in the same situation. And I actually know of a group where it was debated whether the nonprofit 501c3 foundation should apply for the grant, or the city. And it was clear to that group in reading the materials, and it was us. I mean, it was clear that we would need to be the applicants. So, and that's why I brought it up earlier. And I just want to, and again, it sounds like we're putting this to bed, but I think other groups in the same situation were able to navigate this and did do the application correctly based on the guidance. And so that's why I think it would be unfair to go back at this point.
Yeah, we just still haven't seen that guidance. I mean, you saw it because you were an applicant, but I haven't seen it.
Oh, it's posted.
No, Alan said that was the guidance for state eligibility. We're asking about federal eligibility.
Alan, can you respond?
But we can put it to bed though.
Okay, so
Yep. One
there's
apple.
a running list.
So but I do just want to reiterate that my request is that in the future cycle, we make those federal eligibility requirements more clear. Because if I'm reading the state eligibility requirements, which are in the chat, it looks to me like a nonprofit would, like, obviously they have support from a local government body because they were considering awarding them or recommending to award them state funds. So they might think that would also make them eligible for federal funds, which apparently they did assume because they checked the box saying that they were applying for either state or federal funds. So their understanding of it was that they were eligible for both.
Marcia, would you like to chime in?
I was just going to call attention to Emma's comment, which is the same one I was going to make. It was one application for both state and federal, as well as for project financing and construction. And the application did and reiterate, as well as the guidance, that if you're a nonprofit organization or other private entity, you have to have documented support from one of the government bodies that are listed. And that said that in both the application and in the guidance. And again, it was one application for both state and federal.
And it
as well
sounds
as
like they do
project
have documented
construction.
support from a local agency, right?
In the application?
I mean, they must, otherwise they wouldn't be eligible
Well-
to receive this award that we're considering.
Well, that's what the flags are for. And I'm going through the file right now to double check what they had in there. So
So I want to just highlight that this is I have circled star that this is a discussion to follow up on your FIP as you build and refine this program for clarity and for scope. I've really highlighted that one. So our barometer reading had the majority of the committee lean towards scenario 1, and Robert, your preference was D2. I just want to get a feel, are you comfortable moving forward with scenario 1, or are there other discussions that you'd like to have before I get a thumb?
I think I'm comfortable, but I guess I wanted to tease out Howe's point a little more. That I feel like we never really put that whole question to bed of higher ranking projects getting bumped down by lower ranking projects because the higher ranking projects had a higher budget. I guess that's where I wasn't quite satisfied that we had played out the full discussion.
Alan, do you have any further information for the committee on higher ranking projects?
Because some of them are on the cusp, if we were to, but there wasn't enough in the funding cap, the choice was to either fund a lower funding project or leave a huge gap of funds unspent. So if we had $1 million available and the next project was 1.5 million, we could, we have $1 million, we go down to the next list, or we stop right there. That project doesn't get funded, but neither do any other projects. So what, that's the question. What do you do when you're at that cut line? Do say, I'm going to the next one down, or do you just cut it off right there and not spend money? And I thought that the best thing to do would be to try to maximize the amount of money we're spending on the program.
And just to echo Emma's point about complete projects, whole projects, rather than having a funder do a partial project, was that part of the thinking of that?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why, and I had a lot of discussions with applicants that wanted to fund just the engineering or just look at the right of way, purchase right of way, and we're like, no, for this cycle, it is going to be construction or the first 30% project refinement. Those are the only two that we're funding.
And it may be a moot point this round with the extra $4 million in state funding, but it is a concern moving forward. You know, just something to consider. Like if I was an applicant, I would submit 2 projects, one that is a smaller project and one that was a larger project, and hope, you know, and that's how you sort of play the funding game, right?
There were applicants
because at the end of the day, you know, if you have an expensive project, you have to make sure that it comes in highly rated.
Yeah.
So
we had applicants do that as part of the LOI. They had different versions of the same project that they put in, and then narrowed it down to just one for the actual application itself. I did want to say that the city of Warrenton, and Emma had asked about this when she was reviewing the applications. She was asking whether it was construction or if it was a project refinement grant. We had it listed as a construction grant and we rejected it because it was only $100,000. They had it listed as a project refinement grant, and when I send you the letter that would go for the recommendation, it will account for that and restore their ranking in the project list for project refinement.
So it has switched back. Is that what you're saying?
It is a project refinement. The way that they phrased it was, you know, it appeared to be construction in some of their language, and then we had it in our spreadsheet as construction, and they emailed me, and then I looked at the application I had on file, and it was listed as a project refinement.
And that's accurately reflected in the list that the committee received.
It is not, because it was removed because it was considered ineligible because it was too low for a construction grant, but it was actually a project refinement grant.
So what the committee has reflects that right now?
It does not have that it reflects that it was rejected. So I would be putting it in as a project refinement grant. It was in the 100% list, I believe, even for scenario 1 for project refinement.
Okay. Does that affect any other project by doing so?
It may knock one out. I have to look at the total federal funding, because if it still adds up to 8.2 million, then it may still just go right in there with no problem.
We look at that right now and see what one it would knock out.
Let's just see. Yeah. Let me do a quick share and go to it. And so if it were funding, we have, let me scroll up.
We can't see your screen yet, Allie.
Oh,
Alan.
I'm sorry. I didn't get that in there again. Okay, where am I at here? So the City of Ontario North-South Connector could conceivably be bumped down. We have $8,058,000. It's $100,000. So it would fit in there and still be under the 8.2 million.
Great.
So we would fund 7 project refinement grants under scenario 1.
Any other changes before I ask the committee to weigh in again?
There is the one that I mentioned earlier about Salem Pringle Path. Salem Pringle Path would be in the backup list.
That was the issue, that it was listed as 4.3, but it was actually 4 million.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be in the backup list after the 150% list. I will find where it is in the priority list and put it in between the correct cities in the correct priority order. And I will provide that list. So whatever recommendation is made, I will provide that list to Hal, so that when the recommendation goes forward, it will reflect the most accurate amount.
Okay, so just to recap, that Salem project would be after the 150% list.
Correct.
All right. Any other questions while we have the spreadsheet open? Right.
Sorry, I didn't raise my hand. I do have one more question. It would be great to understand, the higher ranking yellow, projects that have had red and yellow flags, to understand how many of those have, I mean, if it's a common thing, how many actually have moved forward successfully. Oftentimes to me, like if I have a red or yellow flag, I think of that as an indicator of, a project starting off on shaky ground, right? And so it's not an ideal circumstance for funding a project, but that's just my perspective on it. And maybe these projects have been very successful in the past.
And would you like that to talk about that now, or hone in on that in May?
I think that's like for the future, because I think, once you fund the project, again, I think Marcia at some point said that they do track like performance measures for projects and how successful they are moving forward. To me, like that would give me a sense of like, okay, a project having a red and yellow flag isn't a big deal, right?
Okay. Committee, we are at 3:45. A lot of things have been highlighted about things to discuss in May, to refine, to hone, to sharpen the whole process. May I see if you're ready to reach consensus on scenario 1? So I can live with it. I'm not fully supportive, but I won't block. I need more discussion. So with that, may I see your digits? Yes, yes, moving forward. Okay, great. All right, you have reached consensus. So with that,
Wait, how did you not see my thumb?
I asked if you are not going to block it, if you're up or not going to block it.
Oh, I thought that
more
meant
discussion, Robert.
I thought this meant more discussion. I didn't have my sorry, I only have one screen, and
that's okay. That's okay. What
I couldn't see your thumb.
So keeping with the committee discussion, what do you want to hone in on?
Thanks. I'll just keep it brief because I know I've been hogging a lot of airspace today. One thing that hasn't come up yet is there is going to be a perceived and real lack of regional parity with this recommendation. And I don't think there's anything we can do about that. And maybe, I'm not sure what we even done differently, or if we should have done anything differently to address that. But I just want to highlight that, just for the record, that as we know, 40% of the people in the state live in Region 1, but a really small fraction of the overall funding is actually going to be going to projects in Region 1. So there's not parity there. So I just want everyone to at least recognize that, but I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, any comments?
Say it again. I didn't get it.
Oh, so 40% of the people in Oregon live in Region 1, but a very small percentage of the overall funding here is actually, and particularly of the federal funding, is going to be going to Region 1. And I don't think there's anything that we can do about that. I don't even know if there's anything we should do about that, except maybe just discuss it a little bit more for next time. It may turn out that we decide can't control that, but there are examples of other grant programs out there where they try to ensure a little bit more geographic parity. So that would be something for discussion. That's not something that, I don't think that was one of the goals for the grant program this time around. So that's why I don't think we need to, there's nothing for us to fix. It's not a problem to be fixed, but it is an issue to at least be acknowledged, because it's going to be perceived that way. because
Well, and
it's that way.
I think in order to acknowledge something like that, you have to consider all of the factors, and you know, as far as population goes and everything, you need to also factor in there where the money's gone in the past. How much of systems are actually complete? Are we, and we have criteria that we identified, and this wasn't one of them. The criteria we identified had to do with the TDI and getting systems to places that were transportationally disadvantaged. So I understand what you're saying, and it's probably a fact as far as the numbers go, but I think there's much more to it. And so I don't agree to acknowledge that as an issue. And also, because it was not part of the criteria, I would think that that's something that we would bring up afterwards if we wanted to be part of the criteria in another round. But it's not part of the criteria in this round.
I see that Karen Criswell has a comment to make.
Yeah, to that point, what I would just highlight for the committee is when I'm in our letter or in my presentation to the commission to advance OPPAC's recommendation to the commission, one of the things that we always highlight is what were the criteria and what were funding decisions based on. We have had some questions from commissioners from time to time about geographic equity and what role did that play. Usually it's more pointed the other way, which is why didn't the rural areas get more funding? So this is a bit of a different scenario, I think. So just rest assured from my seat, that is something that I will definitely be making sure to bring forward as part of that conversation as we consider all of the criteria, as you all have considered all of the criteria. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Jeff and then Robert, and then I'm hoping we can move forward if the committee's ready.
Yeah, all I want to say, Chris, Michael and Karen covered all of my points very well. I appreciate that. I don't think, Karen, that the committee is advancing through you to the commission that this is a problem. I think Robert's expressing his concern, but I think it's something that we need to look into more as a committee. I'm not concerned of this being an inequitable issue, the way it's ranked right now in terms of population. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Robert.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not saying, I guess just to respond to Michael, I'm not looking for us to revisit, any of the criteria for the program or anything. But when you said, Michael, that it is a fact that there's less money going to Region 1 relative to the number of people in Region 1, that's all I'm looking for. Because it's just stating the objective fact, because we hadn't actually stated it yet. So I just wanted to state it for the record. That's all.
Okay, good. Are we ready? One more time, if I could see your thumbs. And again, I do want to say that I'm not fully supportive, but I can live with it. I'm not going to block it. Is this move forward? This. So digits. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Thank you. But per your bylaws, I believe you have to call for a motion. Is that correct? Jessica's nodding. So with
per the bylaws, in order to make a formal recommendation to the OTC, the committee needs to have a majority vote by roll call. So if we're going to do it by the books.
All right. And is that, does the chair call for that?
We've typically used Robert's rules and had someone call for a motion, someone second.
All right.
Thankfully, we have dedicated committee members who are giving our bylaws a modern update.
Well, Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the recommendations from OPAC, or not OPAC, ODOT staff, and approve scenario 1 for funding. Does that sound
I
like what we
second.
agreed to? Okay.
You second, Mavis, you said?
Davis seconds.
Okay.
Funding 1.
Okay, so we have to do a roll call vote now. Okay,
Okay.
so I am gonna go with like first name. So alphabetical order. Aaron, how do you vote?
Yay.
Okay, Emma,
I,
Mavis, Jeff,
Aye.
Mavis,
Yay!
Michael,
I just want to emphasize that this is a historic vote for us, and the vote for me is yes.
great. Robert,
Aye.
and then I guess I should vote too, and I also support it. Aye.
Yay, congratulations. Not to be a stickler, but I just want to check in with Jessica and Alan. Do you also need this to clarify the 150 and backup list too? Or is that assumed with scenario 1, the complete scenario?
It assumes I just want to clarify that this will include the city of Warrenton being added in and the city of Salem, if once we review that, to put them in their proper places in that scenario. And that's it. Does everyone agree to that? I'm assuming. Okay.
Well, I think if that's part of scenario 1, then our vote would have included that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Confirmation from everyone? Yes.
Yes.
Robert, you're
Yes.
nodding. Okay, all right. Congratulations. This is your first round. The next round, where you'll have double the funds, perhaps hopefully more, if the infrastructure gods smile upon allocations. So congratulations. That's so much thought that's gone into this. So great, thank you. Alan, could we go back to the presentation and you can talk about next steps?
There we go. All right, so we're going to contact all applicants, offer a debrief of how they did and where they are in the list and what we found in their applications. Of course, we have the Oregon Transportation Committee meeting on May 13th. We're also going to develop a survey to all the LOIs and applicants after the OTC meeting to try to figure, develop a thing of what they like about the program, the application process, how it could be better. So the idea is how to improve the process by which we work with potential applicants and develop applications. We have our meeting, next OPAC meeting, May 26th. We're going to add in cycle 1 lessons learned and fleshing out what we can do to start making cycle 2 even better. And then, of course, begin preparation for cycle 2, 2023 solicitation. Applications will start coming due in the fall of 2023. So this is a very abbreviated version of a lot of work that's going to have to be done in the short term and long term, and doesn't even mention the negotiations with the applicants for their governmental agreements. But that is that. So any questions, next steps, or anything that anyone wants to add?
Yeah, just one for me. Marcia, you mentioned that you captured the suggested initial ideas. I think there's a lot more suggested initial ideas, and I just want to make sure that it's clear that just because they weren't voiced here today does not mean that there aren't a lot more of those.
Okay.
No, 100%. Just didn't want you to think we'd lost any of the discussion.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. And it's 3:59. So I don't know if you're that always on time, but that's quite impressive as you move into your next agenda item.
Great. So I am going to give everybody a break. Let's do a 5-minute break and come back at 4:05, 6-minute break. So see you back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Oh man, I've been in this meeting for 3 hours. I got 1 more hour to go.
Hey, Robert, you're not on mute.
Oh, thanks.
Emma, you're up next, so I'll let you start when you're ready or when
Okay.
it hits 4:05.
I'll wait for the remaining committee members to hopefully get back on the screen. Hopefully turn on videos if they're there.
Emma, did you have anything else for the drive materials wise for?
Just the draft
this
letter
item?
that's
Okay.
in there. Yeah,
Great.
thank you. And welcome, Nick. I think Bob is here as well. Let's see. Mavis there. Or others, Jeff up in the corner. Okay. Well, since we are short on time, I will, here we go. Hi, Mavis. Jump right into the Mobility Advisory Committee agenda item. So I've given a few different updates on this over the last few meetings. Lake McTighe from Portland Metro and myself have been serving on the Charter Development Work Group for the Mobility Advisory Committee. The committee reviews projects all across the state. And today, the key action on the agenda is to appoint the bicycle and pedestrian representatives to serve on the committee. There's the Mobility Advisory Committee, which has a slightly broader role. And then there's the Stakeholder Forum, which specifically reviews ORS 366215 routes that are reduction review routes that ensure that large freight loads can move through key corridors throughout the state. So over the last month, I guess, since our last main meeting, we formed a work group to do recruitment, reached out to a number of different people across the state to find great appointees to serve as the bicycle and pedestrian representatives. Mavis and Aaron helped out on that work group, so thank you very much for the meeting and review that you did since the last meeting. We were looking for individuals who are well informed about pedestrian issues and bicycle issues, can weigh in on design, are well networked in the state, and can speak to different constituents who might be interested in some of the projects coming before the committee, and can really help further walking and biking issues within ODOT with this important committee. So with all those things in mind, Nick Meltzer is here and Bob Jundeff, thank you so much for joining us. Instead of me trying to introduce them, they were so kind to show up today and do a brief introduction of themselves. The recommendation we're putting before the committee is to appoint Nick Meltzer as the bicycle representative and Bob Jundeff as the pedestrian representative to serve on the Mobility Advisory Committee. So I'll turn it over first to Nick and then Bob to just give a brief introduction and share what your background is, why you're a good fit for this role.
Thanks, Emma. Nice to see everyone this afternoon. A little bit about kind of what I currently do and then a little bit about my background. I'm currently the transportation manager for the Oregon Cascades West Council of Governments. What that entails is managing the Albany area MPO, the Corvallis area MPO, the Cascades West Transportation Options Program, the Cascades West Area Commission on Transportation. We staff the Lynn Benton Loop Transit Board, and then also do short and long range transportation planning projects. So pretty much everything related to transportation in Lincoln, Benton, and Lynn counties we're involved in. And then a little bit about my personal experience. So I have an undergraduate degree in civil engineering, and I practiced as an engineer for 4 years before going to grad school to get my master's in community and regional planning from the University of Oregon here. So I'm a licensed engineer with a master's degree in planning, so I have that perspective. I worked in Vermont at the state level as the assistant bicycle and pedestrian coordinator, designed some bike lanes on state highways, helped drive some statewide policy on bicycle infrastructure. I've attended the study abroad program the University of Oregon puts on over to Denmark and the Netherlands, which Emma's participated on, and I think most folks are probably aware of. And then we're pretty routinely hosting trainings in our region and just trying to build the capacity for bicycle and pedestrian design. So excited to be have the opportunity to serve, and appreciate Emma kind of connecting me with everyone.
Thank you, Nick. And Bob, would you like to introduce yourself? Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. My name is Bob Jundeff, and I come to you via 30 plus years as a disability rights advocate, former director of Disability Rights Oregon. I'm now retired from that position. About 5 years ago, I was on the committee that worked on the bike ped plan for the state, 20-year plan, I think it was, a lot of years. And got to know a few folks that way. The other way that I've gotten to know folks is our organization suing ODOT over pedestrian issues over the years and some localities. So that brought me up to speed, at least in terms of some of the requirements under federal law in terms of accessibility of walkways. I'm a lifelong bicyclist, it just so happens, so that kind of adds to my interest in this. And I'll just add that today I'm in San Francisco visiting family, and this morning I was in a car at an intersection in the North Beach area, and a young man on a bicycle came rushing toward the stop sign at the intersection. And when I stopped, he swerved around me and said, "Out of the way, Grandpa." So it just brought it all home, and I thought it was meaningful. So I'm sharing it with you today. Anyway, thanks very much for an opportunity to contribute on this. I look forward to working on it.
Thank you both so much. So the first action that we're requesting of the committee today is to appoint Nick and Bob to the MAC, and then there's a follow-up item with a letter and some additional recommendations regarding the MAC a little bit more broadly. So I would like to move to approve, to recommend Nick Meltzer as the bicycle representative for the Mobility Advisory Committee and Bob June-Deff as the pedestrian representative serving on the Mobility Advisory Committee.
I second.
So let's just, I don't know if we have to do a roll call vote. I don't, is that in our bylaws, Robert?
It's technically in the bylaws. And so I felt that we should make sure, in the interest of being squeaky clean with such a large funding recommendation, make sure to do it. But typically we just, we don't do roll call. It's just a vote.
Okay, so all in favor, like thumbs up, either the icon or your physical thumb. Okay, I think that's unanimous. It's been approved.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. So I hope that Nick and Bob will hang around just for the remainder of this item. There is a draft letter that we found out that Karen Criswell is the appropriate recipient of this letter. Speaking to the appointment that we just did, kind of the process that we've been going through following on from the Secretary of State audit, and then some recommendations, because as I have shared in the past, it has been wonderful to have a seat at the table and to help shape the charter process, but there's also been some frustrating moments and some things that we feel are maybe still falling a little bit short. So we have 3 specific recommendations that would help kind of lay the groundwork for the ability to recruit more broadly and have maybe some of the equity goals within an ODOT agency achieved a little bit more with future appointments from OBPAC to the Mobility Advisory Committee. Not to say that, you know, Bob and Nick aren't bringing more diversity to the MAC, but I think that we can do even better in the future if the stipends that we've been talking about can be approved. So the 3 items are specifying in the charter the appointment process. So OBPAC will appoint the bicycle and pedestrian representatives and alternates, specifying term limits. Some of the people we spoke to during the outreach process and trying to find great fits for the appointees, they asked, you know, so what am I signing up for? And the charter still does not have term limits established in it. So I think that certainty would really help people in the future decide whether they're willing to commit this level of involvement on behalf of ODOT and providing input to the state. And then, yes, the 3rd item is providing stipends to representatives. If we can guarantee that people will be compensated for their time, I think that that would allow more a range of different applicants to be able to participate. It's wonderful that Bob's retired and has the time to give on an afternoon once a month for the full MAC meetings, and that Nick's employer is willing to support that type of involvement. But I think that there are other individuals throughout the state of Oregon who would be great future bicycle and pedestrian representatives on the MAC who maybe don't have that ability to serve in that capacity without compensation. So hopefully that can be put in place for these two representatives, but definitely for the future, that would be helpful for achieving some of the equity goals that the agency has put forward in the strategic action plan. With that, I'd like to see if any members of the work group would like to chime in with any additional comments. So Mavis or Aaron.
Good job. Well done. Woohoo! Here we
Thanks,
go,
Mavis.
Mac.
Love your enthusiasm. So yes, Mavis and I are specified as the alternates. We want to make sure that walking and biking perspectives are always present at the MAC. That's been a part of the charter conversation, making sure that all the different perspectives are at every meeting. So if Nick or Bob cannot attend a meeting or a portion of the meeting, they'd reach out to us and we try to make sure that there's some coverage for that. Karen, I see that you have your hand up.
Oh, after the committee has a chance to talk, I just have a couple of clarifying questions for you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from committee members? Karen, would you like to speak before or after we approve the letter?
Maybe before.
Floor is yours.
So just a couple of clarifying questions on the term limits. Was there anything more specific that you had in mind other than there ought to be term limits? And you mentioned that part of the rationale for that was to help to get at equity goals. Can you say more about that? Is it just, the turnover is, you don't, anyways, I'll just stop there.
Yeah, I think there's two pieces to it. The most important is just clear expectations. If we're asking someone to serve, giving them an idea of how many years they would be serving for before there'd be an opportunity to maybe renew or to step down and give someone else an opportunity to serve on the committee. In the work group, there have been members of the MAC who introduced themselves and said that they've been serving on the committee for a dozen or a dozen plus years. So I think that one of the challenges is that sometimes some committees can have people who just serve for a really long time, and it can be helpful to have some fresh perspectives and some turnover. So I think that that second layer is an ideal situation. There would be some level of turnover over time, and maybe looking to other ODOT committees such as OPPAC or other modal committees for similar term limits, whether it's like 3 years or 4 years. I think just having clarity is number one, and then some transition over time is a nice thing to have as well.
Okay, that's helpful. And I think I understand the stipend pieces. We've talked about that with this committee multiple times. And also there's additional work that I know is happening internally, which I continually lose track of which things we've actually been able to move on and where they're at in the process and so forth. So I assume the letter will have some level of specificity about that. Or is it just more generic? There should be stipends, please. We don't care how you get them, just stipends.
There should be stipends. People should be compensated for their time. If you compensate people, then you can have a much broader range of people have access to serving in these roles.
Yeah, absolutely. And we fully get that and 100% support that. I think that really more than anything helps get at the equity piece. If this isn't your full-time job, you're not being paid to go and lobby and advocate for these kinds of interests, being able to get to do that really helps. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think those were my main questions. And the second question is, how soon can you email that letter to me? Because I need it for reasons.
Okay. It's a matter of how signing it after we approve it. So I'm not going to speak on her behalf, but I would assume she could do a quick turnaround.
Yep. I think you shared the Google Doc with me. So yeah, I can sign it this afternoon and send it to you and Karen and get it moving.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you carrying this message forward through the agency. So with that, I think we can move to approve the letter, and then I'll just give a brief next steps. So I would like to move to approve this recommendation letter, and I'm looking for a second.
I'll second it, Emma.
Okay, all in favor, either give me a thumbs up or use your virtual thumb. Okay, okay, that is unanimous.
Fantastic. So we did receive a final version of the charter. We were told at the last work group meeting that there were going to be a few more meetings and more revisions. Sounds like ODOT Mobility is going forward with putting a final charter in place that Karen Rowe will be in charge of approving. I don't know exactly what that approval process and timeline looks like. Lake and I will be doing a follow-up meeting with ODOT Mobility staff that we're trying to schedule a couple weeks out from now. And then Lake and I plan to meet with Nick and Bob to kind of bring them up to speed with the work group efforts for the charter so far and discuss where things are at and do a handoff from me to them. And then Lake plans to be involved through the end of this charter process. I think about 6 months out from now, the charter will be reevaluated. And I think leading up to that would be a wonderful time to have Nick and Bob back to the committee and to just discuss how things are going. If there are things that ODPAC can do to support your work on the MAC, we'd love to hear that from you. So thank you so much for your service, and we'll be in touch. Karen.
One more thing. I think one of the things, and I know members of this committee stay in close communication with Jessica. I think the work that has happened on this particular topic as we've been moving through the process, and then Jessica in turn and staff are in close coordination with me, and then I'm, doing things internally. So the specificity that you're able to bring about the particular issues is really helpful, and I think ensuring that we're continuing to track as the work is going on. I know Jessica has been keeping an eye on that work too. And she's only one Jessica though. So to the extent that we can continue to have these conversations going, we really want to be able to support you and work collaboratively to get the issues addressed at the right level, so that this group can be a tool that works well for multiple modes and multiple purposes. So I know you all have put a lot of time into this, and Mavis and Emma, I just wanted to thank you for that, because I know your time is precious too. And Nick and Bob, I'm going to just thank you in advance for the work that you're about to do, and please keep us in the loop so we can help us all be successful.
Thank you, Karen. I don't know if you were included in the latest comments that Lake and I sent back earlier this week, but if you weren't, I will make sure to send those to you and Jessica just to make sure that you're up to speed with our latest final comments. Jessica?
That would be great. Thank you.
I just want to take the opportunity to jump aboard the gratitude train because I know that when you signed up for this, Emma, it was supposed to be done in December, and it was a big and not necessarily super well-defined lift at that point, and that was 3.5 months ago. So just thank you so very much, Emma and Mavis, for your leadership on this issue. It's super impactful and very appreciated.
And Aaron too. So just wanted to give a shout out to Aaron for also working on that issue. Anything else, Emma? Okay, great. And so moving along the committee business, on to committee business, let's review and approve the January minutes. So I don't know if you have those. Oh, Aaron, you have your hand up. We can't hear you, so I don't know if your microphone isn't working.
All right, how about now? Okay, just a quick comment, just a correction on the minutes for January. I saw that the minutes in question that we were approving were December, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we canceled our December meeting, so I think the minutes in question are from November.
Let's see, I've got the January minutes on the drive. Did I send out the wrong link to everybody?
I'm not sure. I
No,
just looked in the
I'm
drive.
referring to the January minutes. In the minutes, it says that we approved the December minutes.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Yep, that's right.
just wanted
Thank you.
a small correction.
I will correct that. Thank you, Aaron.
Well, I'll move to approve the minutes with that correction.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and then all in favor, raise your thumb. Okay, great. The minutes have been approved. And then we're hoping that Elliot would have been here today so we can recognize his service. As those who are tuning in know that OMPAC is a working committee, and it really does require the involvement of all of the members and their contributions. And Elliot has contributed actively to our committee over the years. And so I'm going to take this time to recognize him, even though he's not here. We're going to send him a certificate of appreciation. And on that certificate, it says, certificate of appreciation presented to Elliot Crowder for his service, commitment, and dedication as a valuable member of the Oregon Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee to create a more walkable and bikeable Oregon. So we can give him a virtual hand of applause. He's in Baja somewhere, and I know that we will cross paths with him in the future.
For work, in Baja for work.
Yeah. Well, can I just say it was a pleasure working with him, but it was also a pleasure just having him around. I think his personality was very good for the committee, and I very much enjoyed working with him and all the work he did. So
I definitely agree. Anybody else?
Well, I'm definitely going to pay him a visit next time I'm in Newport, or Baja for that matter.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to go without seeing him. I'm going to miss him too much. So I'll stop by and visit him.
Yeah, I'll just chime in too. Great guy, really a good member of the committee. So we are going to miss him. Maybe this recording can go to him in some way. Put all this in the minutes for Elliot.
Yes. Absolutely.
And next time you're watching that film, The Lost Boys, look for Elliot. He told us that he was a what do you call it, an extra or whatever?
He was a stunt double for Kiefer Sutherland in
Is
The
that
Lost
what he was? He
Boys
was
when
a
he got
stunt
pushed
double?
into the pool.
So
I'm watching
maybe we
Lost Boys tonight in honor of Elliot.
yeah. Perfect.
He will definitely be missed. So, all right. So moving on to legislative policy, I'll give a quick update, and then Michael, if you want to chime in, feel free to. So Michael and I worked on with Lindsay Baker and getting our request to the governor's office for OMPAC to support Senate Bill 395, which is the update to the bike bill. And after some back and forth and a few weeks, so the governor's office declined to grant permission for us as an advisory committee to take a position to support the bill. And so one of the things the office wanted to remind us and other committees is that agencies and advisory committees generally do not take positions on bills. And so from their perspective, it preserves their ability to engage with stakeholders and legislatures from a neutral position as experts to inform the bill design and implementation. So that was what we heard back from the governor's office, and we've been trying to schedule a meeting with Lindsay on next steps. And so we'll see where that goes. But Senate Bill 395, they did have a public hearing on March 4th, and they had quite a large number of folks weighing in. I think the recording is available online, and then you can also see any written testimony that was submitted in support or opposition of the bill.
Thanks for pursuing that with the governor's office. So are they being consistent with other advisory committees? You wouldn't know that, but I assume that that's their intent. I hope they are.
Well, they addressed it as we don't want OBPAC to comment on this. It was advisory committees. So I think what we need to do is maybe have a little bit of a lesson on kind of how that works. How do we fulfill our work plan goal of informing and advocating within the parameters of what we actually are supposed to do under the governor's authority. So. We wrote a really good letter, by the way. So, right.
I bet.
Yeah, we did. It wasn't
the bike bill got some good, or the bill, not the bike bill, but the bill got some good press on OPB radio.
Good.
Erin?
Thank you, Hal. So one of the reasons, so I'm working with Lindsay and her staff and with Hal and Michael to see if we can get a sort of a follow-up meeting on this topic scheduled to talk about what are next steps. So a big part of what I heard, because I did listen in to that hearing, is there are other stakeholder groups that are interested in having conversations with folks who are advocates for this funding. You heard from our director earlier today that among our responsibilities is to be able to look at funding the whole system, and multimodal funding and bike ped funding is a portion of that. We walk a careful line with staying neutral in terms of advocacies without certain permissions in place, including a commission permission, governor's office permission. Having said that, we also can play a role and be supportive and helpful in being part of conversations with other partners, whether it's AO, Association of Oregon Counties, League of Oregon Cities, trucking, and other stakeholder groups that care about the transportation system. So I think there's some things that we're going to try to be chatting with Michael and Hal with about kind of this group's role versus folks who play, or you as individuals who might play advocacy roles in terms of figuring out like what that path forward is to get to a place where there is a broader support for a broader, more comprehensive, I think, approach, if I'm going to say that right. And I'm sure I'm not saying that right, because I know that there is conversation at other tables about the timing and what does the next transportation package look like and so forth, and how does that happen. And I think there's a lot of folks that are trying to figure out the right timing and try to figure that out. And then what is this committee's role versus those external advocates, and how can this committee make sure the work that you're doing is supportive of those conversations. And I think some of the things that you're doing, in particular, when you're looking at these prioritization efforts and making sure that the funding that does go out, that those projects, and this is our role, to make sure that the projects are well delivered and that there's a demonstration of need. And we have some of our multimodal work that we're doing to be able to identify these prioritized projects and what's possible with more funding. What are the opportunities? What is it going to get us? What is it going to do for us? So that was terribly long-winded, and I apologize for that. But this is an area that I'm really interested in, and I really want to help us all be successful in. So with that, I'll just take a pause, take a breath.
Michael, did you have anything else, Don?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to note that there is a parallel, I would say, federal effort too. I have it in the link. So there is the Complete Streets Act of 2021 being introduced by Congress. And the recommendation is that, like, there are three primary recommendations. The first is that states would be required to set aside 5% of their federal money to create a complete streets program. I think here in Oregon, and maybe this will change with the future STIP funding, but historically, Oregon has set aside 2 to 3% of their federal funds on bike ped projects. Another element of this is eligible entities would be able to adopt a complete streets policy and to participate in technical assistance. MPOs would be, states and MPOs would be responsible for certifying the complete streets policies, meet minimum requirements set out by the US Secretary of Transportation. And then basically the US DOT, states and MPOs would be required to adopt design standards for federal surface transportation projects that focus on safe and adequate accommodations of all users. So the effort that's being spearheaded in Oregon, I think is really in line with what's happening nationally. So I think that's an encouraging sign that there is a push and there is momentum, not only at the state level, but at the federal level too. So I just wanted to share that with folks. Okay. Next on the agenda, I will hand it over to Michael for the TSAP update on the working group.
Yeah, and Robert might have some input on this as well, but can I just bring up really quick that we don't have a lot of time left and there's still a lot of things on the agenda. Doesn't look like we're going to get through all those. And I think that NOAs are an important part of the meeting, just in case something has come out of the meeting. And I do have to leave at 5. I can't stay past 5. So some of these are going to have to be pushed, I'm pretty sure of it, but I'll try to get through the TSAP really quick. Robert and I are working right now on helping to edit the final TSAP recommendations, basically. And we met with the group last week, and frankly, I honestly don't know everybody who we met with. I think we met with the consultants and some representatives from ODOT, and we are going through the bicycle and pedestrian recommendations in the TSAP. They are separate. One of the things that they asked is, should we combine them? And frankly, Robert, I haven't even had time to think about this yet, but that's something that we're going to comment on, and I'm leaning towards leaving them separate so that we have 2 lists and not just 1 list. The other thing is the research that they have done as far as transportation safety is pretty much confirming all of the anecdotal information that we've had, which is the poorer areas have less infrastructure and also have a higher percentage of the BIPOC community. And therefore, there are actually more death, fatalities, and accidents as a result. And this is one of the reasons why I brought up what I did with the director today, Chris, is because one of the major points that they bring to light in their review and their memos is that there isn't an adequate accounting of all of the surface infrastructure that's missing related to bike ped. And that's something that is lacking throughout the entire state, and why I was excited to hear Director Strickler talk about the system being the entire state, not just the ODOT system, but it's related to everybody. And hopefully that's something that they can move ahead with and get some more data on that, so that they can direct money towards the areas that where the infrastructure is lacking, because right now they don't even know where it's lacking. But you can look at the demographics and you can pretty much point based on demographics where there's going to be lacking infrastructure, because that's how it's turning out. So anyways, I don't have anything else to add. Robert, did you?
Great summary, Michael. Yeah, it's a quick turnaround time. They've asked us to edit the draft Transportation Safety Action Plan in a week from now, basically. It's a big document. It's over 100 pages long, so we've got our work cut out for us. But yeah, I think Michael really did a good job there explaining how they've got data that tells a story, a tragic story of really a crisis situation. I haven't dove deeply enough into how they get from that data that tells that story to the actions, which are really kind of, that's where the rubber meets the road, is the actions that are recommended, both for, and it's broken out by mode. So pedestrian mode and bicycle mode are the ones that we're charged with really looking at. And so that's where I want to focus my attention, is like how, because I want to make sure that these actions aren't just kind of coming out of thin air, or aren't just, aren't kind of just things that sound good that aren't actually tied to what the data is telling us. And I also want to make sure that they're bold enough. I worry that they're not going to take full advantage of the massive resources of ODOT to really make an impact on safety. And so there's a couple, I mean, this is a really timely topic, not just to ODOT, but across the country, but also locally. Nonprofits and counties are focusing on this more and more. So there's a new report from Oregon Walks. That's the, it's the Oregon Walks Fatal Pedestrian Crash Report, which basically tells the same story, but from an advocacy point of view. I suggest that everyone take a look at that. And then Multnomah County here, where Hal and I live, they partnered with, they got a REACH grant from the federal government, and they did a similar study on, focused on basically on Black people and transportation safety, or what would they call it? Would it be called transportation violence? I guess just the disparate impacts of fatalities and injuries suffered by Black people as a result of transportation in the built environment. So yeah, it's an important document, quick turnaround time, but I'm excited to dig into it.
All right, Jeff, you're up next with the ACT, OMPACT, and then also the Climate Office.
Okay, I know we're running out of time, and I think we should end at 5 o'clock. How it's been a great meeting, but long as well. So I'm going to go really quick. I think the work plan task to reach out to the ACTs has met the expectations. And, you know, Emma did a fabulous job on follow-up, and thank you, Hal, for setting up the Zoom meeting. Aaron was involved. The couple things, I'm trying to really summarize this quickly, but a couple things that stuck out in my mind was the interest level that the people we talk to really have in bike ped issues, and the interest level that they have in continuing to reach out and collaborate and come together. They want to have 1 or 2 even meetings per year, in-person meetings, once COVID is all straightened out. And so there's a lot of interest out there. They learned a lot about our committee, and we learned a lot about them. And Emma did a good job in compiling this information. And they're going to continue. When I say they, I mean the bike ped representatives from the ACTs and all the 11 regions, 11 ACTs they have a big interest in continuing this collaboration. So I think that kind of summarizes that. Is there anything else you want to add to it, Emma?
I'll just share that Hal has offered to, one of the follow-up next steps was an ongoing communication around walking and biking across the state, first starting with OBPAC and the ACT bike ped reps. We're thinking about a few different options for that. So stay tuned for more ongoing communication in the future.
Right, okay. And then unless there's any other questions, I don't think there would be at this time, I'll just jump into the climate report, which of course that's huge, but I'm trying to figure out how I can summarize this up quickly. Emma sent me some information. So we have a representative, Emma, on the climate friendly communities Advisory Committee that's working with DLCD. So there'll be additional information coming out probably directly from Emma. And you might want to chime in a minute, Emma, but let me just cover a couple of the things first. Also, you've probably heard that on the federal level, there's a $400 billion spending proposal to combat climate change. So we'll see where that goes and how that could impact us locally. And then more specifically, what we're working on, I've been in contact with Amanda Peets. All of us know her quite well. And you know, she's with the new climate office, which the director today talked about. And thanks for bringing that up. Was that Michael or Robert who asked him to talk more about climate? I forget, Michael, yeah. So that was.
Wait, what? That was me.
Yeah.
I was pointing down to Robert.
Oh, I thought that was a thumbs up.
On my screen, he's below me, so I was like pointing down.
Oh,
but...
I get you. Okay. Anyway, so I thought he covered that okay. And Amanda is working on a lot of topics, and she sent me, it's about a 4-page document that they have here. So I obviously can't really go into that, but there's a good deal of points on here that I highlighted that do pertain to our committee. And so I'll continue to, I need to talk to Amanda by phone. I wasn't able to arrange that this week, but I will do that. And then I also sent this long, I apologize, Jessica, I sent you a big document to post on the day that you were super busy this morning. But anyway, that's might be available.
It's on the drive.
Oh, beautiful, thank you. So the committee members can take a look at that. And so in the interest of time, I think that's my report for today. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Jeff. I'm going to hand it over to Jessica to cover her 2 points, and then Michael, if you can do the recruitment, and then Aaron and Robert real quick on the bylaws. We may have to spend more time on that during the next meeting.
Thanks, Hal. I'll be super quick on the 24-27 STIP follow-up. I will be sending out a survey to all of you between now and our May meeting, just and probably a short little PowerPoint slide or two to go with it to give you all an update on how the process that we are developing to go from that OTC award of additional funding for the 24-27 STIP in public and active transportation, how we're going from that to identifying projects and working on programming out those dollars. And so that'll be the PowerPoint piece of it, and then the survey piece to get some of your feedback on some of the priorities that we should factor in as we're starting to go through that selection and refinement process. Real similar to the conversations that we had at the beginning of the Community Paths program. So that'll be coming out so that we can be sure to get your input. Unfortunately, with how fast the process has to move right now, we need to get some of that input before the May meeting, but we'll spend some more time talking about that whole process next time we all get together. So that's the STIP. And then on the stipends end of things, I have talked to HR. They are telling me that for this committee and the type of stipends that you are qualified for, we need to put you into our system basically as an employee so that we can give you those regular stipend payments. So I will need to be working with each of you to complete an I-9 form, just like you do when you start any job. So it's the provide a copy of your driver's license or your passport, something like that, so that we can get you in our HR system. I've got a little bit of learning on who to work with on our HR side of things to get all that documentation when we're all working remotely in a way that is secure for all of your personal information, but we'll be following up with you all as soon as I can to get that set up. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's great news. And thanks for continuing to push that forward. Michael, recruitment?
Sorry, just read my lips. On recruitment, I don't really have anything except that we met to talk about the announcement. It went out, and I unless I've missed something, I don't think we've talked about it since that point. Jessica's going to correct me here, say, oh, you missed a bunch, right?
Sorry, I was just putting something in the notes and
Okay, never
I
mind.
missed
That's
what
my update.
I missed your cleverness.
No, I'm sorry. Now I got to go back. I don't really have an update on the recruitment per se. We met as a group, talked about the announcement, and I don't believe we've talked about it since then, Jessica, as a group.
No, not as a group. I can tell you that the recruitment went out through multiple ODOT Gov Delivery email lists. So the email I know has gone to over 7,000 people via those different channels. I've gotten at least 10 emails from folks who are very interested and have said that they're going to apply. Based on my last check-in with the governor's office, there was only one application that was fully complete and a bunch that were in process. So we could probably do another push, but I think that one-on-one follow-up from committee members to folks is really incredibly valuable in terms of getting folks over that finish line. So yeah, that's where we're at.
I don't have anything else, Hal.
Okay, great. Aaron and Robert, quick bylaws update, and then we can do the not on agenda items.
Yeah, real quick, not too much to report on. We've just been, with the help of Robert, just trying to update the bylaws. I didn't realize how long it'd been. I don't think they've ever been updated since even the name of our committee was incorrect. So we've just been working through the kinks and trying to, update it, to modern times. And we have a draft, but there's, more suggestions from Hal and Jessica on how to make it better. And I'm sure if any other committee members have any suggestions before, I think maybe our May meeting, we'll discuss and review it. Please feel free to send it our way.
Yeah, the updates that Aaron and I were focused on had to do with making things kind of gender neutral, updating language like that. There was a change about, so there's a section about appointment that talks about 4-year terms where half the members' start dates are staggered in 2 years. But it was, it had a date in there of like terms starting July 1st, 1973. So we just thought we'd simplify that and just say terms are staggered every 2 years. But I think Jessica raised that there might be an issue with doing that. And then the big thing here is that we added in a code of conduct about particularly regarding public comments we receive, and then just our discussions as a committee, speaking with civility and respect and being committed to diversity and inclusion. That's the big change. But then there was a discussion, I'm trying to find it in my emails. Maybe Hal can remind me if I'm not quite getting, okay, I found it. So the idea of potentially adding in more direction in the bylaws around how we select members for other committees, similar to just what we just did for the MAC, what's it called? The
MAC, the MAC.
Thanks, yeah. So there's a question, I guess, and if we have time to discuss, we could discuss that question. Like, is the bylaws the place to spell out the process for selecting members for those other committees? Jessica, in the email, I think you referenced the OAR, or was it? Yeah, it was Jessica, not Hal. I wasn't able to find the OAR on the drive. I know where the ORS is, and I know where like the OAR is that mentions, there are other OARs that mention OBPAC, but do we have an OAR?
There's not an administrative rule for OBPAC, but there are administrative rules kind of scattered all over the place that refer to OBPAC.
Right.
Like the Multimodal Active Transportation Fund administrative rule says that OBPAC is the selection committee for the multimodal active transportation fund. The administrative rules for safe routes to school say that there will be an OBPAC member on the safe routes advisory committee. So they're
That's a good
kind of
point.
scattered all over the place. So it's do you want to keep it simple and reference that sort of stuff in your work plan?
But my suggestion is perhaps Aaron and Robert, you can do the legwork and figure out where are all those references, and then next time at our next meeting, let's discuss and figure out what the best place is to make sure these are referenced and they don't get lost. Is it the work plan? Is it the bylaws, or is it something else? So
I'd probably be leaning on Jessica to help me. It sounds like Jessica kind of knows where all those are. I wouldn't quite know where to start, but I understand how it's too much minutia for us to spend our last 5 minutes of the meeting discussing right now.
Yeah, everything that I could think of, I think I put in that email list.
Okay.
But I can
so
look a little closer.
when you're searching for OERs, do you just use Google, or is there or I'll just ask you offline.
great. Thanks for working on the bylaws. I think this is an important step for our organizational health. So we have 5 minutes left. I want to make sure that I leave time for the not on agenda items for any of our members. So at this time, Michael?
So we approved, I mean, it's a pretty major thing today. And I think there's probably a press release coming out, but I would like to request that we put it in terms that are easy to understand, not just dollars, how many miles, how many communities are impacted, things like that, and make it really relatable, and actually have that presented back to us in May, that we don't wait until May to request this, that in May we actually get an idea of what we approved. And then in May, I'll also say, I felt a little too disconnected from the actual projects, which is one of the reasons why I'm asking for this, because it was a lot of spreadsheets and things like that, and we can talk about that in the follow-up. But I'm requesting that if that's something that you're already planning on doing, well, after the OTC takes action. So.
I'm not sure if Alan is still listening in actively, but that's definitely something we can pull together.
Okay.
I am, and Karen said something in the chat as well. The news release will occur when the OTC takes action and approves project funding. So yes, we are on it.
Yeah, and I'm sure you guys are on it, but I'd like that to come back to us too, so that we can kind of get an idea of what we approved. I think that we need to be proud of this and let people know about it with the news release, but also have it be on our agenda in the next meeting as well, with some pictures.
Okay.
Aaron?
Yeah, I just wanted to propose writing up a quick thank you letter to the OTC regarding the OR99 project near my hometown of Phoenix, for us to review at our next meeting. I could do, just some personal story similar to what I shared in our email chain, just, the impact on the community and how grateful we are, that the OTC chose to spend the discretionary funds in a project like that will greatly increase the safety around that area.
Yeah, I support it. Do we have to actually vote on this?
No, I just wanted
For
to
you to
gauge
write a letter?
interest. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll write it up
Actually,
and then.
yeah, you should write the letter and then we'll review it.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? 2 minutes, or do you want your 2 minutes? Oh, Emma, go ahead.
I recently joined the Eugene Springfield Free Bikes for Kids nonprofit board to get more bikes to kids who are most in need. So if there are others either on the committee or listening into our meeting who are interested in Free Bikes for Kids, it's a nonprofit that has a replicable model that could go to different communities throughout the state and have much bigger impact. I'd be happy to speak with anyone who wants connections.
Great. Anyone else, or can we call it good. And where's my gavel?
Thanks for sticking with us for a long afternoon. This was a big day, everyone.
All right, with that, Jessica?
I was just gonna say, Hal, I'm gonna drop the gavel off at your house one of these mornings, so you have it virtually, because has been a missing element, and just wanted to make sure we celebrate. And congratulations, everyone, and thank you so much for all of your work. And this has been a really huge meeting and a big achievement today. So thank you.
For staff as well. Congratulations.
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
I wish we could somehow do snacks and happy hours virtually as a committee, but
And how
notes up there from
if you do like the rack chair does, maybe you need a bike horn instead of a gavel. He does.
Yeah, I can do a bike bell
to start the meeting and end the meetings. I think that would be fabulous. Congratulations.
thanks to the in the chat, Susan and Leanne, thanks for your notes. Appreciate that.
All right, with that, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
All right, take care, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.